Um, Fine. For, a lot of people in the room. So now is the time to know other people. So enjoy this, enjoy the networking that we will have, the coffee breaks, to mingle, to network, to make connections, because this is where innovation comes. So, uh, I'm Uxarsh. I'm the co-coordinator of the ECOS project together with Annabella, and I'm thrilled to be here being your host of the event today, the second Cancer Mission Fair. Before we dive into our first welcome session, we must recognize the incredible support that makes this gathering possible. I know this often comes to the end, but I also know that by the end, half of you won't be here anymore. So I really want to thank those that make this possible, for those that are here and also those that are online. This event is held under the prestigious patronage of the Cyprus Presidency of the Council of the European Union. We are deeply honored also to the European Commission, which underscores that we are deeply honored by the support, which underscores that the cancer fight is in the top of the political agenda, both at the national level as well as the European level. I also want to extend a massive thank you to the European Commission for their vision and for keeping the cancer mission as well as EBCP heart beating and the fight continuing. Uh, to our sisters projects that will be represented here today. I won't name all of them, but you can see in the program that this is an event promoted by ECHOS, but the idea is to disseminate the work that we are all doing within projects that are funded by the European Commission and learn from other initiatives not funded by the European Commission, so we can all learn from each other and we can be more productive in what we do. So also to these projects, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your support, and for all of you, I hope you enjoy this program that we have together. And of course, I want to thank the amazing team that pulled all of this together. Dina, I can see her. Dina, Pablo, Jose, Eva, Lydia, and Anastasia. Uh, and of course, to all of you that are present here today, in person and online. This event is definitely for you. So let's give a quick round of applause. We already did to this amazing team. Our agenda is quite packed today. So without further ado, let's jump straight into our opening session. And for that, I call to the stage Anastasia. Putting an event like this together requires a team. So I now call to the stage Anastasia, a person that was key and absolutely instrumental to bring this meeting to life here in Cyprus. Anastasia is professor of oncology at the University of Cyprus and a driving force at both the Bank of Cyprus Oncology Center and the Cyprus Cancer Research Institute. Anastasia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hugo. So, Kalimera και καλώς ήλθατε. For those of you who have been here since yesterday, you should know by now, this is good morning and welcome. Welcome to Cyprus. We are delighted to welcome you here in Nicosia for the second ECHOS Mission Fair taking place under the Cypriot presidency and as part of a broader week of cancer-focused events. During this week, our country becomes a meeting point for cancer mission advocacy, bringing together stakeholders from across Europe to engage to productive dialogue on the future of cancer care. We're particularly proud to host this event in Nicosia, a city that stands at the crossroads of cultures, regions, and history. These crossroads symbolically reflect the mission of ECHOS to connect, to align, and to ensure that no country and no patient is left behind in Europe's fight against cancer. For countries like Cyprus, this initiative is particularly important. As a smaller healthcare system, we face specific challenges, but we also bring essential strengths. agility, collaboration, and a strong commitment to excellence. ECOS provides a structured pathway to gain through capacity building, twinning, knowledge exchange, and mutual learning, while contributing to Europe's collective ambition as set out in the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. The ECOS Fair itself embodies what European collaboration should look like. It is not about competition, it is about complementarity. The one size fits all model does not apply here. Instead, the goal is adaptation to national contexts while we all share the same direction. And although healthcare systems may differ, the challenges we face in cancer care are shared, and so must be the solutions. Most importantly, it keeps the patient at the center, recognizing that behind every policy, every protocol, every data set, there is a human life. As a clinician and a researcher, I know very well that cancer care today demands a truly multidisciplinary and interprofessional approach. It requires clinicians, researchers, policymakers, patients to work together within integrated systems that are flexible, responsive, data driven, and centered around the needs of the individual. In closing, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the European Commission, the ECOS coordination team, the local organizing team here in Cyprus, and all partners involved in this event. We are delighted to have you here at this important moment, both for ECOS and for our national cancer journey. I look forward to a productive, inspiring, and collaborative meeting. May this mission fair and the broader week of events in Cyprus serve as a catalyst for new partnerships and meaningful progress in cancer care across Europe. Thank you and enjoy the meeting.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. And now to set the stage and share the vision behind all of this and everything that we are doing here, please welcome Annabella Isidro, coordinator of the ECOS project and member of the board of ICIP, the Agency for Clinical Research and Biomedical Innovation.
Thank you very much. Dear representative of the Ministry of Health, dear Directorate General for Research and Innovation from the European Commission, Joanna Drake, even if it's online, and EC representatives, dear Stella Kyriakidis, former EU Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Good morning and a very welcome to Nicosia and to the second Cancer Mission Fair. It is really a privilege to open this event or to be at the opening ceremony of this event here in Cyprus, a country that right now embodies a core principle of the European Commission on cancer, the ability to link national ambition with a shared European vision. Cancer remains one of Europe's greatest societal challenges. It affects not only patients and families, but entire communities, health systems, economies, and futures. We all know the statistics, but beyond the numbers, cancer confronts us with every day with a fundamental question. How do we turn knowledge, innovation, and political commitment into real impact for the people? This is precisely why the European Cancer Mission exists and must continue operating. And this is precisely why events like this fair matter. Over recent years, Europe has made a decisive choice to move beyond fragmented efforts and towards a mission-oriented approach to cancer. This approach recognizes that progress does not come from research alone, nor from policy alone, nor from healthcare systems alone. It comes from connection between research and care, between innovation and implementation, between Europe initiatives and national realities, and most importantly, between institutions, patients, and citizens, active partners, not just beneficiaries. This is the core of the Pentahelix work. Healthcare systems, researchers, policymakers, industry, patients, and citizens, not as separate actors, but as co-creators of solutions. This is where the national cancer mission hubs play a critical role. Hubs are not new structures for their own sake. They are enablers. They help countries coordinate what already exists, align national priorities with European tools, and ultimately ensure that innovation does not remain on paper, but reaches patients, professionals, and communities. So why this fair matters? The European Cancer Mission Fair is designed as a working place, not as a showcase. It is a place to exchange concrete experiences, to discuss what works and what does not, and to explore how we move from project outputs to sustainable implementation. You will see real world examples how countries are building governance and trust across their cancer ecosystems, how EU funded tools and digital solutions are being adapted to the national context, how patient and citizens engagement can move from consultation to genuine co-creation, how collaboration across countries can strengthen even the smallest systems. This emphasis on structured knowledge exchange is particularly important for smaller and widening countries, for whom cooperation is not optional, it is strategic. Shared learning, shared capacity building, and shared solutions allow all countries to progress faster and more effectively. Hosting the second fair in Cyprus sends a strong and timely message or signal. Cyprus is at a decisive moment in its cancer policy journey. Just last week, the National Cancer Institute of Cyprus was formally established, marking an important step forward in national coordination. At the same time, the Cyprus Beating Cancer Plan will soon be updated, representing an opportunity to strengthen the alignment between national and European priorities. Cancer is also clearly placed high on the agenda of the Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union, a clear signal of the commitment of this beautiful country with the fight against cancer in Cyprus and in Europe. In this context, work is actively progressing towards the establishment of a national cancer mission hub in Cyprus. This hub will connect national stakeholders, support pentahelix collaboration, and translate EU cancer mission actions into concrete national impact. We hope that Cyprus soon will join the growing European network of national cancer mission hubs. We already have 11 hubs established, and 6 are now under evaluation or under recognition process, reinforcing its role as an active contributor to the fight against cancer and to implementation of the EU Cancer Mission. As the ECOS coordinator and looking forward, one message is clear. Implementation is now the priority. The success of EU Cancer Mission and UPCP should not be measured only by the number of projects launched, but also by whether these projects are moving forward to implementation, including if people experience early diagnosis, better care, improved quality of life, and reduced inequalities, regardless of where they live. This requires sustained political attention or commitment, operational national structures, strong links between EU and national levels, which is not always straightforward, and genuine continuous engagement of citizens and patients. The work of ECHOS and the growing network of national cancer mission hubs shows that this is possible if we continue to work together. Let me close with a simple thought. The EU Cancer Mission does not belong to Brussels, to projects, or to institutions alone. It belongs to people, to patients, and families, to healthcare professionals, to researchers and policymakers working together. ECHOS exists precisely to support this collective effort by connecting countries, enabling national cancer mission hubs, and turning European ambition into coordinated practical action at the national level. Through ECHOS, collaboration becomes operational, learning becomes shared, and implementation becomes possible. This fair is an opportunity to strengthen that journey, that shared journey. I encourage you to be open, critical, and ambitious. Share your experience, ask difficult questions, build new connections, and leave here not only inspired but equipped to act. Thank you for being part of this collective effort. I wish you a productive and engaging Cancer Mission Fair. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Annabella. And talking about political commitment, and as mentioned before, we are deeply honored with the support of our hosts to share a message on behalf of Mr. Neophilus Charalambidis. Practice this, the Ministry of Health in Cyprus. I call to the stage Anna Dimitriou.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Cyprus. We're truly happy to have you here, and we hope you enjoy your stay. On behalf of the Minister of Health of the Republic of Cyprus, it is an honor to welcome you to Nicosia for the second European Cancer Mission Fair, an event organized in the framework of the EU-funded ECOS project in collaboration with the European Commission's EU Mission on Cancer. We are especially proud that this year's fair takes place under the Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union. Cancer remains a formidable challenge for societies and health systems across Europe, requiring a comprehensive and coordinated response. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, at the core of the EU's strategy, aims to reduce the cancer burden and address inequalities among member states through a holistic approach, covering prevention, early detection, diagnosis, treatment, and improved quality of life for patients, survivors, families, and carers. Built around 4 pillars: prevention, early detection, diagnosis and treatment, and quality of life, it is strengthened by initiatives like the EU Cancer Screening Scheme, efforts to eliminate HPV-related cancers, the Cancer Inequalities Registry, and advancements in research and digital infrastructure. In synergy with the EU Mission on Cancer, which seeks to improve the lives of over 3 million people suffering with cancer by 2030, the plan leverages EU funding and fosters collaboration across sectors, countries, and communities, supporting implementation through national cancer mission hubs and ensuring that innovation and equity are prioritized at every stage of cancer care. In alignment with these objectives, the theme of today's fair, Engage, Share, Connect, reflects the essential steps we must take at this pivotal moment. We are all called to place citizens and patients at the heart of every initiative, to bridge the gap between research, policy, and everyday practice, and to foster a robust alliance among public authorities, healthcare providers, academic institutions, industry, and civil society organizations. This collaborative spirit ensures that progress in cancer care is truly inclusive and impactful, benefiting all those affected. I warmly welcome the representatives of the European Commission, the ECOS Consortium, national and regional stakeholders, and especially the patient organizations, advocates, citizens, and young people whose experience and energy drive this mission forward. The program includes a variety of sessions, discussions, workshops, interactive exhibitions, and an art gallery reminding us that cancer is both a biomedical and a human challenge. For Cyprus, hosting this European gathering is both a responsibility and an opportunity. During our presidency, we are committed to support collaboration that reduces inequalities, strengthens prevention and early detection, improves access to quality diagnosis and treatment, and enhances survivorship and quality of life. At the national level, Cyprus implements the National Cancer Strategy, which integrates the key principle of the European Cancer Strategy, EU Beating Cancer Plan. Within this framework, the Ministry of Health carries out population-based screening programs for the early detection of various types of cancer. These programs include population screening for breast cancer, colorectal cancer, and soon cervical cancer, with upgrades such as the introduction of HPV and DNA testing and prostate cancer. Additionally, a significant milestone is the establishment of the National Cancer Institute, for which the relevant legislation was recently approved by the Parliament. Furthermore, we recognize the value of national cancer mission hubs as platforms that connect stakeholders, mobilize communities, and translate European priorities into measurable national and local impact. As we embark on this important event together, I would like to congratulate the organizers and partners for bringing the fair to Nicosia, and to thank all speakers, facilitators, and participants for contributing their expertise and live experience. Your active participation today sends a strong and clear message. Unite in purpose, Europe can make significant strides in cancer control by fostering collaboration across disciplines, borders, and generations. I encourage you to make the most of this fair, connect with new partners, challenge assumptions, and identify practical actions that will be sustainable, whether through policy dialogue, community engagement, research collaboration, or improved pathways of care. Let us seize this opportunity to work together for lasting progress. I wish you all a rewarding and inspirational fair, and I eagerly anticipate the valuable outcomes that will arise from today's meaningful exchanges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Turning policies into meaningful actions and positive impact for cancer patients is at the core of the EU mission on cancer. To give us the latest outlook, we'll have now a video message from Joanna Drake, Deputy Director General for Research and Innovation, following by some words by Gianpaolo Soriano, here with us in the room, representing the European Commission. Can we have the video now? Thank you.
Dear participants, organizers, colleagues, distinguished guests, my name is Joanna Drake. I am Deputy Director General in the European Commission Directorate General for Research and Innovation, and the Mission Manager of the EU Cancer Mission. I am delighted to welcome you this morning on the occasion of the second Cancer Mission Fair, an event that builds on the extraordinary success of the first fair in Poland almost a year ago. For us, today's event is another milestone in the implementation of the EU Cancer Mission. The themes of the fair, engage, share, connect, will focus on real-life impact through collaboration and citizen-centered solutions, one of the core features of the mission. Citizen engagement lies, in fact, at the heart of the EU Cancer Mission. We achieve this by actively involving civil society in our research and innovation efforts, ensuring that health innovation is not just encouraged, but driven by the voices of those most affected, the citizens themselves. A powerful example of this is our ongoing dialogue with young cancer survivors. By creating a platform for them to share their challenging journeys, their struggles, their resilience, and their insights, we gain a deeper understanding of what truly matters in cancer care. Their perspectives are invaluable in shaping research priorities, policies, and solutions that respond to real needs. Later today, I encourage you to attend what promises to be a fascinating session on innovative, youth driven initiatives. I welcome the focus specifically on the unique challenges faced by adolescents and young adults affected by cancer. It's a remarkable opportunity to see firsthand how young people are leading change in this area, being an example also for other cancer patients. The Cancer Mission Fair is catalyzing a redefinition of how the cancer community listens, learns, and builds solutions. It will ensure future care and research are more inclusive, more responsive, and empowering for the next generation. Yesterday, we had here in Nicosia the EU Cancer Mission Conference on Understanding Cancer in the Digital Age. One of the initiatives we heard about was the future European Cancer Patient Digital Centre, which is in development. Its aim is to put people first, providing reliable information and giving patients greater control over their own health data. In this spirit, the EU Cancer Mission will continue to keep patients and citizens in general at the center of everything we do. I would like to wish you all a productive and inspiring mission fair, giving you a unique opportunity to learn from best practices shown here today. I encourage you also to make the most of this time we have together, listening, sharing, collaborating, so that today's discussions can be turned into tomorrow's breakthroughs. Thank you and enjoy the fair.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, former Commissioner Kyriakides. On behalf of the Commission, it's really a pleasure to be here and to contribute to the opening of the second Cancer Mission Fair. I will be very brief, just complementing what Joanna, our Cancer Mission Manager, has just mentioned. And I will start really by thanking again ECOS and the partners for yet another milestone with the organization of this second fair, which really promises to be as successful and impactful as the first one in Warsaw last year. We heard before, I mean, the Cancer Mission was launched about 5 years ago. In September would be 5 years, along with the Beating Cancer Plan, with the bold ambition, really improve the life of 3 million people by 2030. We like to see the Cancer Plan and the Cancer Mission as two sides of the same coin. The Cancer Plan offers really the broad policy framework within which the Cancer Mission is contributing with research and innovation. As you know, the two initiatives were really co-developed from the start. They share the same overall objectives, a joint governance, which is extremely important, and very concrete initiatives. We talked yesterday about the Uncam.eu platform, the European Cancer Patient Digital Center. I mean, these are all shared initiatives between the plan and the Cancer Mission. And I think this join up approach is really showing the results on the ground. I mean, if we look at the mission itself, since 2021, already over 600 million have been made available for supporting at least 75 highly innovative projects. We have strong focus really on, refractory, so hard to treat cancers, but also rare cancers, among which, cancer in children, adolescents, and young adults. But that's just one part of the story. If we look at the whole investment that since 2021 has been made on cancer, we have already reached 3 billion. That's also thanks really to the synergistic approach that the plan and the mission are trying to promote. And in this context, the ECOS is really an important piece of the puzzle, as it is helping really, ensuring that this join-up approach is also implemented at national level. And we heard before, I mean, one of the core activity of the ECOS is really this promoting this engagement with citizens, with patients. which is really at the heart of the cancer mission. Joanna mentioned earlier, the work that we are doing, for example, the dialogue with the young cancer survivors. I see a lot of friends here in the room, so many thanks also to them for contributing to this important activity. So well done to ECOS. Mrs. Kyriakides, you mentioned yesterday the collective duty that we have to ensure that cancer remain at the top of the political agenda, both at EU level and at a national level. In that, I really want to thank the Cyprus presidencies of the Council of the European Union for having put really cancer at the top of their agenda. And the large number of events that are taking place this week are just a testimony of that engagement. So before I close, just a quick announcement about yet another important event that will take place in Brussels this time, and that will be on the 29th of September to the 1st of October. So it's a 3-day event. It's labeled as a showcase event. So we want to show on the ground what the mission and the cancer plan are delivering, but in a very forward-looking perspective. So we want to discuss what it takes right now to ensure that whatever has been developed, can be scaled and really reach everyone. So stay tuned for more information. And with that, I wish everyone a successful fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianpaolo. Thank you for reminding us of the scale of what we are dealing with here. And now for the next guest, gratitude is an understatement. She has been tireless champion for patients and health equity across Europe. It is with deep, heartfelt gratitude that I invite Stella Kyriakides to the stage. Stella, welcome.
Kalimera. Good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to welcome you all to Nicosia for this second EU Cancer Mission Fair. Hosting this important gathering here in Cyprus is profoundly meaningful to me. This is my home country, but as Professor Kostandinidis has already said, it is also a place that represents a connection between cultures, between people, and between ideas. And that is exactly what we need as we continue our shared European effort against cancer. Because today, we are not simply here as professionals or representative of institutions. We are here because cancer, in one way or another, has touched all of our lives. And for myself, it is not only a professional mission, it is also deeply personal. As a person with lived cancer experience, I know firsthand what it means to hear that diagnosis. I know the uncertainty, I know the fear, I know the sense that life has suddenly changed. I know what it feels like to navigate treatment, to rely on the expertise and compassion of healthcare professionals, and to draw strength from people around you. But I also know something else. I know what it means to come through that experience with a renewed sense of purpose. My journey with cancer shared not only my life, but also my commitment to ensuring that others receive better care, better support, and better outcomes. And it is this experience that guided me throughout my work with the colleagues at the European Commission, who I profoundly thank, in shaping Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. Because behind every policy, behind every initiative, every line of strategy, there are people. There are patients waiting for answers. There are families who are hoping for more time. And there are survivors who are learning to live again. And they expect us to deliver. When we launched Europe Beating Cancer Plan, we made a promise that we would act decisively, that we would work together, and that we would not accept inequalities in cancer care as being inevitable. We committed to transforming the entire cancer pathway from prevention to survivorship. And together with the EU Mission on Cancer, we are building a comprehensive and ambitious approach that brings together research, innovation, healthcare systems, and society. And our goal is clear: to improve the lives of millions of citizens across Europe. But ambition alone is not enough. We must ensure that our work leads to real, tangible change in people's lives. Because for someone facing a cancer diagnosis, what matters is not the strategy, it is the outcome. It is whether the cancer is detected early. It is whether the best treatment is available. It is whether they are treated with dignity and supported throughout their journey. And this brings me to one of the most important challenges that we still face, that of inequality. Despite all our progress, access to prevention, screening, diagnosis, and treatment still varies significantly across Europe. And you will often hear me say this. This is something we cannot accept, because where you live should never determine whether you live. Equity must be at the heart of everything we do. At the same time, we're living in an era of extraordinary scientific progress. Advances in precision medicine, in genomics, and digital technologies are transforming cancer care in ways we would have never imagined a few years ago. We are diagnosing cancers earlier. We are understanding them better, and we are treating them more effectively. But innovation only matters if it actually reaches people. And our responsibility is to ensure that these breakthroughs are accessible to all patients in every single member state. And this requires strong health systems, it requires investment, and it requires collaboration. Because none of us can do this alone. Collaboration is the foundation of everything we are trying to achieve. And this is what the EU Cancer Mission is about. And this is what this fair is about. And over the coming days, we will exchange knowledge, we will share best practices, and we will build new partnerships. We will showcase innovation, but we will also confront challenges. And together, we will help turn this vision into action. Because this is where progress happens, not in isolation, but together. And we have seen the power of European solidarity in health when dealing with one of the greatest global challenges, the pandemic. Cancer today is a leading global health crisis. It is a major threat requiring collaborative action at a time when we all know cases are rising due to aging populations, and we have, as we know, higher treatment costs. We have nearly 42% of deaths being linked to modifiable risk factors such as alcohol and tobacco. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan gives us a clear and comprehensive roadmap. It addresses prevention, where we must continue to reduce risk factors and to promote healthier lives. It strengthens early detection, where screening can save lives. It supports better diagnosis and treatment, where innovation must be integrated into care. And it recognizes the importance of survivorship, because life after cancer is just as important as life during treatment. But ultimately, and this has been said, a plan is only as strong as its implementation. And this is now our shared responsibility. We must act with urgency. We must remain accountable. And we must never, ever lose sight of why we're doing this. Because every day matters. And that is why we need to keep cancer at the top of the European health agenda. The message is simple and loud. There is an urgent need
to reduce the cancer burden. We have opened the way, but we are not there yet. And holding this fair here in Nicosia is a reminder of what Europe actually stands for. It shows that every member state, large or small, has a vital role to play. And it shows that our diversity is our strength. It shows that when we come together with a shared purpose, we can achieve really extraordinary things. And as we look to the future, I believe we must continue to be guided by three key principles: equity, ensuring fair access to all; innovation, continue to push the boundaries of science; and solidarity, standing together as Europeans. If we stay true to these principles, we can truly transform cancer care in Europe. Let me conclude with a message that comes not only from my previous role, but also from my personal experience. A cancer diagnosis may change your life, but it should not define your future. Our responsibility, your responsibility, all of us together, is to ensure that every single person facing cancer in Europe has the best possible chance not only to survive, but to live well. And together, we can make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Wonderful and inspiring as always. We have heard from coordinators, we have heard from scientists, from the ministry, and from the Commission. But now we come to what I would call the most important part of our morning, as we all stand here for people, for families and the survivors. To ground us with the why of the cancer mission, I call to the stage Salome Mikhail to the stage to share her powerful perspective and experience as a cancer patient. Salome, thank you very much for sharing your voice today.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me a voice here today. I am Salome, and I stand here not as a professional, but as a patient, someone who has experienced cancer not as a concept, but as a reality that affects every part of life. And more than that, I am someone who suddenly had to make life-changing decisions at a moment when I was least prepared to understand them. I still remember the moment of diagnosis. Everything became very quiet, and at the same time, everything started moving very fast. Appointment, tests, treatment plans, and then very quickly questions like, what treatment do you choose? What surgery do you want? What are your priorities? And the truth is, I didn't feel like I was choosing. I felt I was trying to catch up. Not because doctors were competent, they were, but because the system assumes that patients understand a complex chain that in reality is mostly invisible to them. I had to learn very quickly and mostly on my own how different specialists connect or don't, what each treatment actually means for my future, what support exists beyond hospital grounds, and how to weigh decisions that carry long term consequences. At times, I felt like less like a patient and more like a project manager of my own survival. And yet, there were moments that changed everything. When a doctor took time to explain clearly, when someone connected the dots for me, when I understood not just what was happening, but why. In those moments, something shifted. I became part of the decision, not just subject to it. And that is the difference we need to scale. Because this is not only about individual experiences, this is about the system design. If we truly want a patient centered care, then we need to move from fragmented information to structured, accessible knowledge, from isolated expertise to visible, connected care networks, from informed consent to real shared decision making. And from policy perspective, this should mean first, patient needs a clear map of the cancer journey, sorry, a standard accessible framework across countries. Second, clarification of the role of professionals, doctors, researchers, social workers, psychologists, healthcare providers, etc. Must not only collaborate, but should be visible and understandable to patients. Third, patient involvement must be built into the system by design, not left to individual doctors or patient initiative. Initiatives like the EU Cancer Mission and the ECHOS project are important because they recognize something fundamental. Innovation in cancer care is not only medical, it is also organizational, communicational, and human. So my message is simple. Patients do not need to become expert in oncology, but they do need systems that are clear enough, connected enough, and human enough to allow them to stand inside their own care with understanding, dignity, and a real voice. Because in the end, the success of any cancer system is not only measured in survival, but in how supported, informed, and involved a person feels while living through it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salome. And we've just heard Stella and Salome both saying we need more implementation. We need that the innovation that we produce in our laboratories, the research that we do in our companies, the knowledge that we have stored in our organizations transfer from this into real life. This is also why Cancer Mission exists and it's branded Mission. Mission is not just something like the mission, the vision, and the objectives of the company, but is a framework of research that has been worked out through many years and they have structured purpose and ways of working. To tell us more about mission-oriented innovation, I call now to the stage the first keynote speaker of the Cancer Mission Fair, Christian Basin. During the co-founder of the Transition Collective and professor at University of Technology of Sydney. I don't see Christian. Yeah. During the keynote address, Christian will be presenting ways to harness the power of mission-oriented innovation, not only to foster new health innovations, but also to scale existing ones and to meet the population's health needs. Christian, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Wonderful to be here from Copenhagen. Also sunshine in Copenhagen today, but not as warm. It's also really a personal experience being here because, as was mentioned several times during the opening session, we all have personal experiences with cancer. I lost personally one of my very close friends to cancer when he was 40 years old. And when you talk about innovation, citizen engagement, missions, it can feel quite abstract. But we all have to remember, of course, that even strategies, tools, processes concern or need to concern living people. I think that was a very compelling point from the previous session. So in Singapore, the government has decided that any health innovation that looks like it's really working on the ground needs to be scaled up. So in Singapore, Sing Health, which is a public-private collaboration, research-based, evidence-based collaboration to search and scan for local innovations, identifies clinical small-scale solutions and helps fund and scale them to make them accessible to whoever has the need. In India, when India saw a very high level of maternal mortality rate, 400 per 100,000 births. The government decided on a long-term mission to reduce the number, ultimately reducing it from 400 to 100 per 100,000 births by mixing a combination of interventions, mission-led, including cash transfers to women who could not afford going to clinical institutional delivery, including funding ambulance services, including training of clinicians and healthcare workers in a comprehensive effort. Or in Canada, in Quebec, where the government has decided again that there needs to be a centralized health innovation office that can scan and look for key population needs, population health demands, and match that with promising innovations, whether they are social or local or coming from industry. And finally, as we just heard earlier, the European Union has also succeeded at very, very large scale at least working to level the playing field during the COVID era. And in spite of some critique, this European-wide procurement and rollout of COVID vaccines was, in my mind, also an example of innovation scaling. So what I want to get at is that we can, as public sector organizations, government bodies, we can scale and we can work strategically with scaling innovations in health when we have to, but we do not do it enough. We do not do it strategically enough, and we do not do it in ways that are consistent over time. And that's where the connection between missions and innovation scaling comes in. So I was lucky to be involved in a long-term, more than 1 year collaboration with the World Health Organization to develop a new global guidance, an evidence-based guidance to how can public sector organizations scale up health innovations. Now, that piece of work is now published. It came out early this year. And this is from the introduction saying that we know that scaling is part and parcel to how member states actually achieve health gains, but it's done often ad hoc. And so what we try to do here for the first time is to propose a guidance that centers and places public sector institutions in the lead in how scaling takes place. I've also on LinkedIn just published the link so anybody can look at it on the LinkedIn post from the Cancer Mission Fair. So this centering on health demand rather than on solutions means that we are taking a population and you could say a citizen-centered approach to what is really, really important, and then finding and identifying the relevant solutions, whether that is again from private sector or for non-governmental organizations or even from communities. The methods and data behind this piece of work, just briefly, as always with the World Health Organization, evidence-based literature review, lots of stakeholder consultations, global expert working groups, peer review with experts, and a lot of co-design together with internal WHO team as a really deep collaboration. Some of the insights that we found was that government actors, of course, play very many different kinds of roles in enabling health innovation scaling. And the notion of roles is something that we need to take a really hard look at, and I'll share with you this morning. And roles is also something, or it's a function that are critical in my mind also to succeeding with large-scale missions. We also took a perspective and found a perspective about looking at non-linear, more iterative ways of scaling up rather than a typical stage gate kind of model. And we also found that governments needed this kind of flexibility to play different kinds of processes over time as conditions they change. These are again some of the needs that stakeholders, and by stakeholders we mean public sector organizations, public sector institutions, were looking for, from evaluation frameworks to evidence collection to demand-driven funding mechanisms to finding communities of practice that enable scaling, to find more structured capacity building programs, down to the notion of how do we then adapt the way we scale to different contexts. So I'm going to share with you you could say the mother of all models for scaling. It holds, there's a lot in there to unpack, and so bear with me as I share with you our framework, and then I'll actually do my best in the next 17 minutes to unpack it for you, and otherwise you can dive into the actual guidance. What we say with this with this model is that it's a systems-based approach. It's taking into account a number of different factors, different actors, different processes, and first and foremost, a number of strategies that are really embedded in a mission approach. So here you have it, the big model, and just to guide you a little bit, we see that mission, such as the EU cancer mission in that particular space, needs to be the overarching, long-term, holistic framework for innovation scaling. And that's in a way the first time, at least I've seen in the health space, those two items connected. Strategies, and we have 3 different strategies I'll get into in a moment, 3 different types of strategies depending on context that governments can leverage. We then have a number of roles, 7 different roles that governments can play or can make sure are getting filled out by different kinds of actors. And finally, at the heart of this model, a set of processes to explore, adapt, and learn as the scaling, of course, takes place in space and time, supported by tools and methodologies as well. All of it in here. So I'll try to unwrap this this model for you and hope it makes a little bit of sense as we go through it. Strategies first. So this notion of adapting the scaling needs to context is something we need to think a lot about. How are we sensitive to what is available in a country or in a region or in a setting? And it was mentioned earlier, we need to think about equity, not least across a space like the European Union. So how do we use different approaches and different methodologies and different stances in a way, depending on what's possible in a context? So these strategies, they present different degrees of intentionality, different degrees of control, different degrees of systemic support. And they are, in that sense, trying to be context sensitive in terms of governance and understanding that we need to build strategies that align with our capacities, our cultures, institutions, and even with the nature of the innovations we're trying to scale. So here they are. First strategy is make it happen. And making it happen is a strategy that is about execution. It's top-down driven. It's a strategy where we know where we want to go and we have the resources, including funding, to make it happen. Help it happen is more about catalytic, collaborative, facilitative approaches. That means that government actors understand that they might be resourced, but they probably have to collaborate and build platforms for collaboration with others. And let it happen is much more of a supporting, organic, self-governing approach where local communities, local markets probably will find solutions themselves and scale them up. So we need to take a hands-off approach, almost like a laissez-faire stance. To put a little bit more context on it, if you scan the world around you and say we have a stable, predictable context with few actors, well, then we can execute and plan in a more managerial way. If the context in which we are seeking to scale is less stable, less predictable, with more actors, for example, could be as across the European Union, with the complexities and differentials that are there, then it's more of a catalytic and collaborative and facilitative approach. And finally, if we're seeing a very complex, emergent space, but also potentially with many capable actors, then maybe we just need to be supporting and supporting self-governing to allow scaling to happen. So these are 3 strategies that allows you for, you could say, dynamic navigation. And these 3 strategies, importantly, they can live inside a mission framework, where mission over time, and I'm sure many of you in the room already recognize this, might evolve over time and call for different kinds of needs as the mission becomes more and more mature. So missions are, in a sense, a whole of society framework for innovation scaling. And within the context of missions, we can make these different strategies work over time and make innovation scaling work over time. So I probably don't have to teach in this room what missions are, but still just to make sure we have a shared understanding, as was mentioned also just briefly before, really very strategic, very long-term, forward-looking approaches to systemic societal challenges, and a really promising approach, I would say, for governments that seek to enhance innovation across sectors for the long term. So that's the definition we work with on missions. Well, here are 4 components of a mission, right? So we set direction, as the European Union has also done, not least with the cancer mission, we mobilize the ecosystem of actors, cross-sector, cross-level. Over time, more and more and more actors engage in the meaningful long-term impact. We create a portfolio of interventions, projects, funding, communication, regulation, all the tools that governments have in place. And then we build the capacity and infrastructure to support all of this work, learning, data, governance, and so forth. Now, so as you can imagine, this is really a holistic framework within which we can adapt these different types of strategies. And today in the afternoon, we'll run a workshop on how citizens can be engaged in different ways in a mission framework like this one. So what is the role of decisions that citizens can make, but also what's the role of citizens in innovation within missions? Now to roles. And in my mind, this is maybe the most interesting or most novel element of this guidance. It's also the most sort of under-illuminated, but it's something that arose from our literature review, that there was something around the roles of government that we needed to unpack if we truly mean that the public sector, that democracies should be leading health innovation scaling, not primarily industry or private interests. So how do we, in a sense, democratize and center governments in leading roles, or make sure that the roles are taken care of? So these different roles can really be defined independently of what kind of innovations we have to do with. And the roles can be also mixed and accentuated differently depending on intent and strategic approach to scaling, depending on the context and depending really on the strategy. But the roles are still there. They need to be taken care of. They need to be taken care of within the framework of scaling and within the framework of missions. So here are the roles. You cannot read everything, and I'll go through them just really briefly to make some sense of them. But as you can see at headline level, there's a role of policymaker, one of governance designer, an innovation steward, a regulator, a capacity strengthener, a funding enabler, and a role as communicator. And these roles need to be taken care of, and someone has to have a perspective of whether they are covered. And that someone needs to be public bodies of some kind at some level. European Union, global level, regional, member state, whatever it may be. So the policymaker really is the role of articulating and adopting long-term policy and set strategic direction, like they did in India, for instance, to address maternal mortality. And it builds commitment to the narrative that drives the mission, right? So in mission development, of course, we do need that kind of lead role, and we've seen that here in Europe as well, for example, with the European Union, Council, Commission, and so forth. On the governance designer, it's really important to build these kinds of processes to enable legitimate and also timely decision-making on a portfolio and on the way of scaling up health innovations. So how are we building governance structures where we can see decision-making in a transparent way, legitimate way over time? The innovation steward, that's the role of navigation, of brokering interests across the stakeholder landscape. And that could be the same as setting direction, but it could also be other actors. And remember that one role is not the same as one organization. So multiple organizations could play coordinating roles in making this innovation happen over time and continue to mobilize, for example, bottom up with communities, with citizens. The regulator, well, governments have the advantage of setting the playing field and basically defining and shaping markets. So the role of regulation to uphold and design rules and regulations that enable support mission-driven health innovation scaling, of course, are critical. And again, can take place at different levels, but the regulatory role is key. And again, it's time that we remember that governments can be in the driving seat on shaping the markets on which private sector actors then can play their critical role in technology, in innovation, and so on. Strengthening capacity. Well, speaking of level playing field, speaking of equity, solidarity, do we have the necessary competencies, organizational capacities, and do we have the system infrastructures for the ecosystem? Now, that might mean within public sector bodies and ensuring we have capacities and skills there to work in intelligent and well-informed ways with innovation scaling, but also do we have capacities across the sector, across multiple sectors? Funding enabler? Well, we're not saying necessarily that the public sector always needs to fund innovation scaling or scale up. That can, of course, also be driven by other actors, but the resources must be in place. In global health, it's not always a country that has the funding. It might be donors, might be other funders like international philanthropies and so on. But we need to make sure that funding and resources match the challenge also for the long term, and maybe find the right blend and the right mix of funding that still allows for democratic accountability. And finally, the communicator. Why are we investing in this health innovation? Why is it relevant? Why is it meaningful? Why do we need to scale this up? What's the evidence? Why are we realizing this mission? And that is, of course, a role as well to motivate and create buy-in. So there were 7 different roles for innovation scaling, and you can ask yourself in my context, in my country, or in my institution, how are we addressing these different roles across multiple types of innovations, also in the cancer space. This is the summary, basically saying that for each role, it'll play out a little bit differently depending on our strategies, the make it happen, the help it happen, and the let it happen. So in the report, you'll find this kind of breakdown and saying, depending on the context, depending on what strategy, the roles will vary. And of course, so will the skills needed to address this. And in fact, believe it or not, we also have put in sections on competencies and skills in the report. Now, health innovation, of course, takes place in time and space. So there are also processes, right? As I mentioned, for example, in Singapore, they have some pretty robust and strategic processes to look and to scan and to find promising local innovations, clinical innovations, and then work directly with clinicians to find ways of scaling up. So these processes are really about finding out how to explore, how to adapt, and how to learn. And these processes, of course, are not separate necessarily. They're not necessarily linear, but while you explore, while you scan, you might also be testing out potential scaling approaches at the same time. So we're taking this perspective that scaling up is very much often non-linear, it's systemic and iterative. So here they are. How do we, as a strategic function in the public sector, make sure we continuously explore and look for promising innovations that can match population health demands, that can match the demands we see emerge? How are we making sure that we can adapt innovations to context? Because often public sector organizations will say, well, we didn't invent this, we didn't come up with this, it doesn't really fit to our particular problems. So how do we make sure that there's adaptability and flexibility, still respecting the fundamental fidelity and evidence in innovative solutions? And finally, how do we make sure that we learn over time? So scaling up takes place in much more of an iterative learning systemic way rather than a linear one. And these 3 scaling processes, of course, need to be supported by something more tangible like tools. So we developed 10 types of tools, and don't worry, this is the last element in the mother of all scaling models. There's a lot to unwrap there, as I said. In a sense, you could say we're trying to address everything that's needed just in one package. So various tools, of course, exist. And so these different tools need to be applied and used across the processes. And what we took a look at, and if any of you have tried to Google or search for innovation tools, you'll probably recognize that you get billions of hits, if not tens of billions. So how do you condense something as complex as innovation scaling tools to something tangible, right? So what we said, well, we'll make a typology. We'll make a typology of tools. So rather than saying this is how you solve the tasks, we said these are the themes or the groups of kinds of tasks that can be solved or addressed with types of tools. So that's why we only have 10, because they're basically drawing on huge bodies of knowledge from the OECD, from the WHO, from the European Union, from member states that we can look into, from think tanks, from universities, and so on. So there's a whole set of tools that I think can be deployed in these processes of scaling. One example that's on the screen right here is ecosystem mapping, to say there could also be foresight and scenario tools, human-centered innovation tools, speaking of citizen engagement, innovation-friendly procurement tools. All of them are broken down, all of them are available, and then with relevant links to where you can dive into them as such. So this is, again, simply a resource to draw on. Right, so that was a lot. But now you know it's there. Getting to action, what will it take to bring this kind of evidence-based methodology and strategies into action within mission frameworks? Now, 4 easy steps, not necessarily so easy, but we are advising governments to say, well, decide on your strategy within your wider mission, adjust how you play the roles, use the processes, and deploy the tools, and then learn as you go along and adapt your strategy. So this, in a way, this can be simplified into some quite simple points. In a sense, my question could be, could we leverage these processes, these approaches also within the framework of the EU Cancer Mission? Can we see that this might be relevant? Then we have discussed a little bit with the World Health Organization that publishing a report does not change the world, even though we often tend to think so. So how would we activate this guidance? And in a way, it's what I'm doing right now, because this is the first keynote we're giving in Europe on the guidance. It was launched in Africa a few months ago. It's also been shared in the US. But how do we activate it? Apart from, by the way, giving keynotes, that can take a long time, right? So try to create awareness of the multiple roles. Try to support these processes of exploring. This is basically advice to you, right? Assess the context as you see scaling opportunities. Ensure adaptation. Provide and prioritize systematic learning. Ensure the alignment of roles. Build capacities and competencies that you need. And then use the mission-oriented approach as a whole of society outcome. And we are already doing that in Europe, fortunately. But keynotes doesn't really cut it, right? We believe we should create an innovation scaling sandbox. An environment where policymakers, innovators, actors also beyond the public sector ecosystem can really be part of a global community of practice. It could also be a European community of practice, and disseminate key learnings and examples and learnings from experimentation in that sandbox. We also do believe that we need to train public health leaders much more thoroughly in innovation scaling, because it's part and parcel, I believe, of the responsibilities of most public health authorities here in Europe and globally. Engage training institutions that we already have, schools of government, for example, and make training affordable and accessible, also online. So these are some of the recommendations that we've basically sort of pushed to the World Health Organization. They would apply, I think, equally to the European Union. Are we doing this already? Should we be doing it more with that particular lens of scaling up of innovations? So, to quote a favorite designer and architect of mine, when we want to change things, it's rarely enough to look at what's not working. And in this guidance, we really did not very much look at what's not working. What we looked at is basically, what does the evidence tell us? What does experience tell us? What do experts tell us at a global level of what really could be a better model? And given the urgency and the challenge of EU's cancer mission, I truly believe that we do need to build a better model. I'm curious to hear if anyone has questions, protests, remarks, comments. We have time for that. For now, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Christian. You can stay. Now I open the floor or the stage to some questions from the audience. Any burning question? If not, maybe I can make the first one, Christian. You mentioned the role that governments, member states, countries, authorities play in setting up missions and implementing the missions, or facilitating the implementation. I don't know how much do you know of the cancer mission and the role of the European Commission and how it's being implemented. Would like to hear some comments from you on this let's say, strategy that we are using, and how can we learn from you to make it even better?
Well, I've certainly noticed, and again, I'm following the mission space quite broadly and holistically across any area like social innovation or green transitions and health as well. So I'm not deeply familiar with the EU Cancer Mission, but what I do see is this work on building the mission, the cancer hubs. And what seems striking to me is that looks like the building of a set of nodes in a network. And the question then becomes, of course, how do you utilize and leverage that you do have nodes in a network with a shared mission, overarching? How do you leverage that also in the context of health innovation scaling? Because clearly, of course, we need more and more innovations by science, by universities, by industry in the health space, and particularly in the EU mission cancer space. But when one innovation arises in one member state or in one context, what might be the role of that kind of intermediary level, the hub level, to work with laterally scaling and making it happen fast? In my own country, in Denmark, in the health space, which I do work quite a lot in, including helping build regional missions for our Danish healthcare reform. There's a story. The story goes that the time it takes for a local clinical innovation to become fully scaled and implemented in the Danish healthcare system in a small country like Denmark, 6 million people, is 17 years. Okay, and then people are nodding in the front, so that might even be true. So if that is the case, it's just not good enough. It's just really not good enough as a citizen, as a person. I don't really understand that can be the case. So there's a question of acceleration. There's a question of speed. And I know we want to be sure that we do have the evidence base. We want to be sure that things have been tested and trialed and so on. But we must be able to do faster than that. Also, back to the equity point. So with the knowledge that I do have of both the EU missions as a whole and the EU Cancer Mission, and what I see emerging as work with the hubs, I would say that there's a question of how do we bring everything we know about how innovation scaling happens, and then respond to the urgency and make it happen faster.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that now for the second phase of ECHOS, we have a work package dedicated to mission-driven, where we are saying training, and also another one on demonstration. So I hope that this will help moving things faster.
I'll print 500 copies of the guidance and I'll come and help you with the training.
Any other question from the audience?
I'm happy to go back to the model again and show it, and we can unpack a little bit more.
Can you please introduce yourself and then ask the question, make the comment?
No, it's yeah. Okay, I'm Olivia Thor from IRB Barcelona. We coordinate a project in health named CGI Clinics that aims at bringing a tool for precision oncology. So I'm talking more from the research innovation side, and my question is how we can contribute that this is faster from the other side.
That's excellent. Thanks so much. Well, I think that so I've worked in government. I've worked outside of government and engaged with, you could say, public sector innovators over more than two decades by now. And I think there's something around the connectivity between policymakers, decision makers, strategists within public bodies on the one side, and then what goes on in academia and research, also at the clinical level for that matter, on the other side. And I think part of what we're hoping to achieve with the guidance is to create not only a shared language, but much more connection much earlier and much faster. I know that Singapore is often a country that we it's easy to find best practices. It's a small country, and they have the authority for better and for worse for doing whatever they want to do in government. But the notion that you have centralized bodies, they also do it in Quebec and Canada, that are very close and searching constantly for promising local proven innovations, whether that is in research or it's in clinical settings, I think is inspiring. How many civil servants that you know in central ministries of health, for instance, health authorities, or for that matter, other ministries? Because we're saying it's not just health, it could also be finance, it could be environment or climate, it could be other ministries as well that have a stake in population health. How many of those civil servants leave the office? How many of them move into real life settings? How many of them are in dialogue with research environments, with clinics on an ongoing systematic basis? So part of what I think we need is also to shift our operating models, our governance models, the way we behave, the way we do, to get that big implementation chain or that big break collapse, right? So that, I don't know if that's a a good answer to your question, but I do think that's for sure part of it. And part of it is really saying what is the responsibility of key public bodies in this space.
Thank you, Christian, once again. More questions? If not, let's thank Christian for his amazing talk. Now, before the break, I have one message and one activity for all of you. Please check our exhibitions. I don't know if you had the time to walk around the building. We have here the main stage, but we also have the workshop rooms near the swimming pool and gym area. So if you go on the left and you cross the corridor a little bit on diagonal to the right, you'll find there some indicators like this. To the room is the Demetrius room and the Tamaru's room. You will find the workshops here. We also have patient testimonial stations in one of these rooms that I encourage you to visit and to listen. We have 2 testimonials in Greek, 1 in English. Listen to the different testimonials and leave your reflections and hope message. They will then be delivered to the patients' associations and as a message of hope that we all share with them. Since this is our first or will be the first coffee break, I also encourage you to take a sticker from the stakeholder that you represent and you glue in your cup, and you use this to network with your peers and especially with non-peers, so we expand our network. After the break, there will be a session here in this room focusing on innovative youth-driven initiatives. At the same time, in one of the other rooms, there will be a workshop, a practical hands-on workshop on how to run policy dialogues as a tool to inform decision maker in cancer. So please join this interactive workshop and learn how policy dialogues can actively accelerate cancer policy progress in the establishment not just of national cancer mission hubs, but also moving forward with cancer policy in the different member states and context. Now, I see a lot of people. I was just browsing the audience while I was standing there. I see a little, like energy is being drained, a lot of information here today. I see people standing in the back just beyond their laptops. So I ask you, all of you, to please stand up. We will do a little bit of an exercise here. We are practicing what we preach in terms of exercise for prevention on cancer, also getting some energy back into our bodies just before we go for this network and the coffee break. So please stand up, and so I don't lose the name. First exercise, I call it reach for funding. So please get on your hands high, stretch your ribs, go there higher, put up and, close and open your, I will have to take this time. So for the next exercise, also very interesting, is the cross-border collaboration. So please roll your shoulders a little bit, and now you twist it to the right. You nod to the people on your right. You twist to the left. You nod to the people on your left. Remember the faces, and these are the people that you will be networking with. And the final exercise is connecting with the event yesterday, is the data shaking. So shake your data, distribute your data throughout the room, and make room for innovation, because it's this data sharing that helps us going through with this. And with this, great. Now we feel more energetic. I invite you all to leave the room and have a coffee. Thank you very much. for people to come in, get the seats, and then we start slowly. And while people are still, getting their coffee, just trying to, otherwise, can we please have a seat, people in the back? Thank you very much. And with this, welcome back to the second part of the morning session. And to introduce the next panel, I call to the stage the chair of the panel, Mrs. Andrea Papa Constantinou. Thank you very much. From the Karolinska University Hospital.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm a medical oncologist. I work with breast cancer and sarcoma. I lead an oncology unit that works with that, and I also lead the working group, our outreach working group for cancer research Karolinska Institute. So as you understand, it's a real pleasure to be here and welcome you to this session on innovative youth-driven initiatives in adolescents and young adults. So in this session, we will bring together some of the most innovative youth-led projects in Europe. Projects that not only support young people with cancer, but actively reshape how cancer care is designed, delivered, and evaluated. Their voices are now reshaping how we design services, how we conduct research, and how we create supportive communities. So what unites these initiatives is it's a simple but powerful idea. When young people are included as partners, innovation accelerates and care becomes more humane, equitable, and effective. So I'm very excited to moderate this session and invite here our first speakers that will present on Youth Cancer Europe, building minimum standards for adolescents and young adults cancer care. Katie Risvi, co-founder and executive director, Youth Cancer Europe, and Anna Totovina, patient advocate and project manager, Youth Cancer Europe. Please welcome.
Hello, and thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who's arriving now, and we'll be filling this room. It's really exciting to be here, and especially because the things that we will be sharing with you today speak exactly to that, what our previous speakers in the opening session have mentioned, that without youth, and without involving lived experience in projects and policies and recommendations, we will not create effective policies. And because there was a talk about equity, about young people, about national implementation, about peer support, about stakeholder collaboration, and engaging with policymakers as well, we can give you little hints of how we have done this throughout different projects funded by the European Union. So, first of all of us here today are members of Youth Cancer Europe. This is not an EU funded project, this is a community. Youth Cancer Europe is an organization uniting young people from more than 40 European countries outside the EU member states as well. Everybody is under the age of 40 and they have lived cancer experience. Our motto is to move the needle, to create change that makes the lived experience of current and future cancer patients different than the ones we experienced. One of our focus is age-appropriate cancer care for adolescents and young adults. And before we were able to really focus on how we want to see this change be displayed and implemented on the ground level, we were lucky enough to be able to have a series of consultations with EU decision makers. We were there, and in fact, one of our community members gave one of the keynote speeches when then EU Health Commissioner Stella Kyriakides revealed that there will be a EU cancer plan. After that, we started engaging with not only the European Parliament, but the European Commission as well. In the first round, we had 4 conversations, and parallel to that, with besides communicating with DG RTD, we also had sessions and audiences with DG Santa. We were always promised, and I'm quoting this from their report, that the outcomes of these discussions will be used to fine-tune upcoming cancer R&I and policy actions. We were very inspired by that. And we also knew that we will hold them accountable. So when they promised that there will be topics and funding lines included for further research in adolescent and young adults with cancer, and when they also told us that there will be an emphasis on looking at equity, we knew that we need to not only keep our eyes on upcoming funding opportunities, but also listen to the policies and the recommendations that they will be approving. We also participated in a dialogue with the new EU Health Commissioner, who, by the way, said that conversation with young people in the room was tougher than his EU parliamentarian hearing. So we knew we did a good job. This dialogue continued this year. And we would like to say a special thank you to Gianpaolo, who sits in the audience. And we understood, and this is from their report as well, that since our initial conversations until today, 107 million euros were dedicated to research in adolescents and young adults, with nearly 150 million supporting related projects across the mission portfolio. And they also included in their report that they will continue to focus on equity, diversity, and inclusion, and local communities and research on the needs of disadvantaged populations. This is just a very quick mention that if you would like to know more about our work on equity, diversity, and inclusion, we have this wonderful publication that was supported in an EU for Health project, and which was launched in the European Parliament. And what we are very specifically focusing on today is the developing of these recommendations from minimum standards for AYA cancer care across Europe. And with this, I would like to invite my colleague, Anna.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. I'm Anna. I'm a person with lived experience and part of co-creating this recommendation for minimum standards of AYA. How we start? We had 64 participants, person with lived experience from 18 countries in Brussels in February 2023. We trained in quality research methods, observation ethics, and bias mitigation. We develop a peer observation form we co-create with person with lived experience, and then we organize peer visits in the hospital. It was delivered jointly by Youth Cancer Europe, clinicians, and social science researchers. The peer visits that we had in 2023, it was organized in 5 institutions in 3 countries, in Milan, Italy, Belgium, Ghent, and Netherlands. 30 youth researchers observed clinical settings and interviewed staff patients. We had 90 completed peer observation forms and also semi-structured interviews. 56 conducted, and also findings document based on Delphi consensus. Modified Delphi process. In 2023, we had 149 respondents, which 87 AYAs, 62 healthcare professionals from 17 countries. We had 2 rounds, focused first round on rating and the second one on ranking, achieved more 7 out of 10 consensus on 82% of indicators, and patient researcher had link coding and synthesis. The paper was co-authored 27 co-authored youth advocates and professionals from 13 countries, discussed by 175 patient advocates from 32 countries at the 2024 closing event, guided national adaptation efforts. And now, the paper findings inform EU initiatives including Strong Gaia, Late Gaia, Melodic, which we'll find a little bit more later, Joint Action Jane 2, and the newly approved YARN project, which I can say I'm happily part of it, which will expand standard to relapsed metastatics and end-of-life AYA care. The most important part of the recommendation is this checklist. We focus in three areas: age-appropriate built environment, clinical care organization and patient pathway, and support services. The QR code is leading you to the paper, but if you want to find more about this, because I was very part of it and more about the methodology, we have a booth, and I'm very happy waiting you here to talk more about this. Thank you so much for your attention. And now we want to introducing you to a video on what youth-led work means.
Thank you so much, Anna and Katie. It was very, very touching and very inspiring. So I would like to ask now Natalia Hrad to join Katie and discuss the next topic, that is embedding lived experience in EU cancer projects, the Youth Cancer Council in YARN. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so, so much. It's really such a pleasure to talk about all of these projects and all of these experiences. We live the joy, we live the hard work, we live the sweat and the tears that we share together. But when the end result is something so inspiring and encouraging, then we feel like it was all worth it. So this talk is about embedding lived experience in EU cancer projects, and we're going to share the experience about how we have done this in YARN. What does YARN stand for? Just as yarn is made of individual threads woven together, the European Youth Cancer Network connects the voices, stories, and strengths of young people across Europe affected by cancer. In short, this is the project YARN. It's a nearly 5 million euro, 80% co-funded project under EU for Health. We have partners from 28 European countries, so we're really spread out. We have 19 plus 1 beneficiaries and 39 associated partners. Many of them are institutes, cancer centers, academic and research centers, and of course, patient organizations. This project focuses on peer support, social networking, mental health, psychosocial standards, education and career reintegration, relapse, metastatic cancer and late effects, healthy lifestyles, and personalized rehabilitation, long-term follow-up and transition of care, and equity, diversity, and inclusion, or short EDI, in healthcare and in patient organizations. So a lot of topics, but this was in the call, so we had to answer them all. And the way we do this is by delivering tangible results. By the end of this project, we'll have trained 100 youth cancer advocates, reached 50 million people through awareness campaigns, implemented EDI standards, equity, diversity, and inclusion standards, in 10 healthcare institutions and in 10 patient organizations, hosted policy events across Europe, including the European Parliament and national governments, delivered a multilingual digital platform providing high quality, user friendly information and resources. And about this platform, beatcancer.eu is the most visited project website ever, with daily hits, approximately 4,000 queries a day on the website. The project's legacy will be a stronger, more inclusive system for young people affected by cancer, designed with them and for them. At the heart of this project of YARN is a pan-European advisory group made up of 100 young people with lived experience of cancer. When we submitted the project, we saw we had 100 CVs of researchers, academics, and professionals. We said, this is only fair if it's matched by 100 people with lived cancer experience, also structurally embedded in the design of the project. The Council plays an active role in decision-making, consultation, and design across the entire project. By embedding lived experience at every level, YARN ensures that youth voices are not just heard, but are shaping the systems that affect them. And on an operational level, this is how we do it. So we do work with our beneficiaries and associated partners. There is, of course, a management team that works very, very closely with not only all the beneficiaries and the extended network, but through the work package leaders with all the work packages, and in parallel works with the Youth Council. And you will see that this is a circular design, but you can also see it in the decision making, that in the management team, we not only have the representatives of every work package, but there is a designated spot for a representative of the Youth Council, and there is also a designated EDI officer. We selected these 100 people on transparent, structured, blinded selection process, and we built diversity into the council itself. The diversity focuses on geography, on socioeconomic and access barriers, on underrepresented groups, gender balance, age, and clinical diversity. If anyone wants to know the science behind how we've done this, I'm happy to share the details. So, in short, the Youth Council empowers young people with cancer experience in leadership through systematic integration into project design. By embedding their voices into feedback loops and consultations, the Council ensures lived experience, shapes outcomes, and drives long-term policy impact. And to explain how this works on a day-to-day basis is my good friend, Natalie, who's going to share her perspective.
Hi, everyone. I'm honored to be here and to represent Youth Cancer Council. My name is Natalie, and I'm a person with outlived experience, and I'm a representative and a member of Youth Cancer Council. Generally, you were presented with what Youth Cancer Council, but today I will share my own experience, why I've joined Youth Cancer Council and why it is important to be a part of it. When I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma before war, I'm a refugee. I was lost and I didn't know what to do. And I felt like that during my whole experience and my journey. There was my doctor who helped me very much in gaining back the experience. But what about my voice not only being heard, but listened and taken into account when it comes to AYA care? what it means for me as a patient to be heard and to be cared about. Cancer doesn't take the control of your life while you are in treatment. Cancer takes the control of your life after the treatment. And you feel lost even after the treatment. So when I got to know that there is such a wonderful project where our voices of ayahs will be not only heard but will shape the outcomes of the policies, I was there. I was there and I wanted to join as the rest of 99 representatives of different countries with different background wanted the same. We wanted to shape the policies because there are lots of things done on paper. But when it comes to practice, where are our voices to be taken into account while shaping the policies for cancer patients? And that's why it is important for us to be heard and to be listened and to empower the outcomes of the policies. And I was trained, and we all of us 99 were trained and will be still trained. There is a long way to go to shape these policies, to move the needle, to bring up the results for the patients in practice. And if you feel like joining YCC, you can go to the website, use Cancer Europe or Beat Cancer EU, and you can register and you can apply, and you will become a part of a better society that moves the needle, the society that includes people with outlived experience who can shape the future for better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Nicola Underecker. I really practice on the surname. My German is really terrible. To discuss together with Katie mental health support for young adults with cancer, the melodic approach to community-based care. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Thank you. And I promise this is the last presentation from us. But we are very lucky that we are indeed involved in a lot of European projects that focus on AYAs, adolescents and young adults. So Melodic is another very exciting project that addresses a different area and a different topic that maybe we haven't covered until now. Melodic focuses on mental health and well-being of young adults with cancer, including their families and their caregivers. And this specific project has a particular attention to the first year after diagnosis. It is meant to improve screening and early identification of mental health needs and to develop and test targeted person-centered interventions and to build evidence based on input from young people, their caregivers or partners, and healthcare professionals. It will focus on a few very sexy buzzwords. One of them is green and blue spaces. Green and blue spaces refer to activities taking place in natural environments linked to reduced stress and improved well-being. Green spaces such as parks, forests, and blue spaces such as rivers, lakes, and sea. Melodic, the project Melodic explores structured group-based activities in these settings, and nature is used as part of support alongside other clinical approaches. And the other buzzword is social prescribing. Now, this might be new to some people, might not be new to some others. I see some smiles in the audience. Social prescribing refers to care that looks beyond clinical treatment. It connects people to activities, groups, and support in their own communities. It supports mental health through social connections and participation, and can include peer support, creative activities, physical movement, and the list is endless. And it is very much based on individual needs and individual preferences. These are all lovely, lovely words if you are a patient facing cancer. Why we love this project. So, why we are excited about it? Because through exploring social prescribing and group based activities in green and blue spaces, Melodic situates mental health within the community, the environment, and through social connection alongside clinical care. Obviously, the benefits are many. It can reduce the burden on the healthcare system. And as we said, it can be adjusted to the preference and needs of the individual. And it also connects them to society. It alleviates loneliness, etc., etc. But to tell you more about why we really believe in this project, which includes a clinical trial, and we're so happy that the EU allows some research to take place, is my very good friend here, Nikki, who has a very special connection with nature.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Nicola. I'm 31 years old, and currently I'm facing cancer for the 7th time. That has not stopped me to pursue my passion for being outdoors and also for sports, which, as you can see, I do in a lot of different ways. Um, I actually went that far that I studied international forest ecosystem management, which I can no longer work in because I have too much nerve damage to be working in the field, and working a desk job was not really my choice. So now I have an amazing job part-time that leaves me enough time to do my outdoor stuff. And in case you did not know this, the color of green is actually the only color that does not strain the human eye. It means being out in nature is actually something that resets your nervous system. Hands up, who knew this? Not bad. You learned from me. So, being outside can give you so much, especially when you're stuck in hospitals a lot. Like the first thought that I had when I was first diagnosed was, oh my God, I'm going to be inside all the time, because I grew up in rural Nevada in the middle of the desert with Lake Tahoe about an hour away. So I was always outside. Having that taken away, it broke me almost. And seeing it now being implemented into future healthcare systems is just incredible, because not only for the people who already have a strong connection with nature, it's going to do a lot, but also for those who don't, they're going to experience new things and get out of the hospital madness and do something nice that refreshes them, that refreshes their nervous system, that creates an open space for open communication, because it's so much easier to talk when you're outside than when you're inside. When you're out for a walk, communication just flows so much more naturally than when you're sitting at a table. So yeah, go outside, go for a walk, have a chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we will all be enjoying a discussion at the end when we have all the speakers. And it's a pleasure now to invite Dr. Lucas Moreno, head of the Pediatric Oncology and Hematology Division at Valdebron University Hospital, to talk about co-creation of adolescent and young adult wards, practical examples from the Valdebron University Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure, and I'm honored to be among the few clinicians and among the many patients and patient experts talking today. So I want to give you a brief summary of how we created our new AYA ward from our hospital. There's still a lot of work to do, but I'll start covering where we started, how we did the process, how we ended up with the new ward, and what we're planning for the future. That's a citation from last week's newspaper on this unit that says that cancer of adolescents and young adults is between in no man's land, in between children and adults, and that's part of the we want cancer in adolescents and young adults to be a looked at positively, not negatively, as if being in the middle. So it's a long timeline that we took. We started even earlier, but about in 2019, we needed to renovate our spaces. We had the very great support from 3 nonprofit organizations that were happy to help us fundraise and get the funds for this new ward, both for pediatrics and AYA. The hospital gave us finally the space, and everything was in plan, but then we were hit by COVID, so that delayed us for a bit of time. But then we, in parallel, over the first few years, we did we work in the fundraising, on the co-design of the AYA ward, but also on creating an AYA team, because you not just need the facility, you need the people to do the work. And then, of course, the building that started. And so what was the starting point? So first, on the left, you have a map as an example of the units that treat childhood cancer and adolescents up to roughly 16 years of age in Spain. There are 40 hospitals, and then hundreds that treat adult cancer, but 0 of them had a dedicated unit to treat adolescents and young adults with cancer up till 2022, and that's a reality which I presume is common. And we also had a bit of a similar setting in Valdebron. It's a huge hospital, very famous, excellent teams and care, but the 2 teams were working separately. There was an excellent pediatric team and an excellent adult team, having very few conversations and work among them. And sometimes in big institutions, it's difficult to start moving everything. And of course, the ESMO and CIOP guidelines were out and have been out for several years, but still I was very inspired by the talk before. When you want to change the model and change the reality, how do you make it happen? So these were the foundations to start. And really, these are some pictures from our hospital. And I was thinking, well, these guys are going to think that we made them darker just to look worse. But no, really, it was a dark place. So the unit was as dark. This was with the best light that we had. Still, it was a really dark unit. So the rooms were really small. They were shared. There was just no space for the patients. And what you see on the left, that is the adolescent room, where we had everything packed there for the pediatric / adolescent older pediatric patients. Remember that we were not working together at that time. So at least when you start from such a bad position, it's easy to make progress. So here we got to the process, and as I said, we created the AYA team, and I think that was the most important step, is to hire the 2 doctors that you see on the picture on the left, Paula and Macarena, because when you have a team of 1 pediatric oncologist and 1 medical oncologist that is going to see every patient that we treat in the unit, that is what makes the difference. Very early from the beginning, we created a psychosocial team with dedicated psychologists, dedicated social workers to treat this group of patients. Then I think the hardest part was to convince the hospital that everything was prepared for the barrier of the 18 years. So you had a radiologist till 18 years and a radiologist from 18 years. Every piece of paper, every process was split with the 18-year-old barrier. So then when we brought this idea of an AYA team, and we chose 15 to 25 years of age, there were a lot of barriers. But luckily, we have been working with patients right from the beginning, and with the Catalonian Association representing the families. And that's, in the end, we succeeded to create the team with increasing activity. And here on the bottom is the example that from the medical perspective, we have pediatric and adult patients, so pediatric in yellow and adult in blue, that have adult tumors. We have pediatric and adult patients that have pediatric tumors. We have pediatric and adult patients that have AYA tumors. So that is an easy way of showing that really we did need this unit, not only for the medical perspective, but definitely for all the psychosocial aspects to take care. And how did we work on creating a new ward. We had a team of everyone that were doing actual building, the interior designers, architects, the preventive medicine department of the hospital, doctors and nurses on the lead. And then we asked every stakeholder what were their needs. So of course we asked the healthcare professionals, a lot to the psycho-oncologists, to the families and parents, but particularly for the adolescent and young adults, we did groups where we asked them for their feedback. And even some of the AYA patients, like Biel in the picture, and some others that you will see over the presentation, they were real champions through the project. They came with us when there were fundraising events. They came with us to the building works to say this is right or this isn't. And it was really a co-creation process from the inception. I think the main aspects of the main learning points from the feedback that we had from the adolescent and young adult patients were that they preferred single rooms. And that was our case. And I remember I was working in London some years ago when they created an AYA unit for the Royal Marsden Hospital. And the feedback from the adolescents then, it was that they preferred rooms with several patients so that you could be with other peers and avoid your parents a bit. Because if you're in a single room, then you're locked with your mama or dad, and it's difficult to kick them out, which is very reasonable for adolescents, but that was the case in our case. They wanted to have common spaces so that they didn't have to be on the room. They wanted well-being activities that did not have to do so much with the actual structure, but with what we did. And I think something that was really fair point was that they wanted the spaces or the activities for the moments when they're not feeling so well. They wanted to be able to rest when needed. Some of them wanted to have a lot of light, some others no light. Some wanted relaxing ambience, some others wanted loud music. And they also shared that there are moments when you're going through chemotherapy where you're really upset, and you cannot make everything look like a Mickey Mouse world as we tend to do in the pediatric areas. So we need these spaces for the times that you're not feeling so well. We then went into the building phase. So our hospitalization area has like an L shaped. We have some spaces for the families and for the younger children. We have a terrace, and then we have the two vertical parts are the two wards, the children's ward and the AYA ward on the left. And there are some of the results. You can see a room on the left where they ended up having an individual rooms with space for the parents to sleep or to stay with them. But it could be the parents, but it could be their partner, it could be their siblings, it could be whoever they want to be with, and also a terrace with some space to have fresh air without having to go through the hospital corridors, etc. There is a room specifically for the adolescents and parent-free, and where they have their space to be with their peers, but they also requested these spaces for the difficult moments. And we have got immersive reality capacities, or we have got a room with all the walls where they can paint or they can shout or they can be there, because that's the feedback that we got. They can make sports, although the gym was funded by Football Club Barcelona, and not everyone likes that, but at least there are spaces, and there are spaces for them to present not just the facilities but the activities for well-being workshops, etc. So we are now working on the future to include hematology patients, not just oncology, to strengthen the team and the outpatient facilities, to raise awareness. And there's a campaign by the hospital to share the challenges that AYA cancer patients have, to continue improving current practices, and to improve research in AYA as well. With this, I'll wrap up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So finally, I would like to ask Maria Suarez Lindberg, Acting General Secretary of Ung Cancer from Sweden, to discuss on I Felt So Lonely. How can young adults affected by cancer get involved in care and support systems? Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Yes. This is very pedagogic. So, my name is Maria Suarez Lindberg, and I am the acting Secretary General of Ung Cancer, a Swedish NGO for young adults with cancer, and also the close ones to those affected by cancer. The common denominator for our members are that they are affected by cancer in some way, and they are at the ages of between 16 and 35 years old. We have 4,300 members all across Sweden. The membership is free, and all our support is free for the participants and members. And our goals is to amplify voices, but mainly provide support and advocate for change. Yes. So I'll start by briefly highlighting a few key findings from this needs assessment that we made. I think it was, yes, in 2023. Then I'll touch on how young adults can be involved in developing care and support systems, and how lived experience can shape healthcare. So, loneliness is a key word when talking to our members. In this needs assessment, 59% of the participants reported feeling lonely and isolated, and a large proportion of them had not had access to psychosocial or social support. We often hear from our members that there are no natural meeting spaces for young adults with cancer care in Sweden, as they are a minority. Luckily, they are a minority among cancer patients, but that also comes with a few dilemmas that older patients don't face as much as them. The other patients they meet are often much older and have different situations from them. When I received my treatment, I was stuck in the hospital with a bunch of old people. This was just because I had just turned 18, because, of course, in Sweden there's a shift. It's a before and after 18. Before 18, you're a child in pediatric care, and after 18, you are with the 75-year-olds being treated to cancer. I felt so lonely being that young. Let me. Another key challenge is the lack of support when the treatment ends, as many of the speakers has already talked about. Many young adults describe feeling quite lost at that point. The structure that is often placed during treatment tends to drop off afterwards. There is often not enough rehabilitation and not enough of tailored information. When I finished my last radiation treatment, the tears came. They kept running because from that day, the healthcare system sent me home and I was done. But my body and my mind were in pieces. That's when life was supposed to start again. But bam, that's when the cancer hangover hit. So I don't know if you're familiar with this term, cancer hangover. Yes, you are. And it's very present for our members affected by cancer. So what do we do at Ung Cancer? we highlight needs beyond the medical. No, go back. I'm sorry. Everything starts with their experiences. As we have seen, the needs to go far beyond the medical and the system fall short, especially in support information. Everything starts with their experiences. I think I'm lost here now in the presentation. Yes. Sorry. I go back here. Yes. And as you all talked about earlier, identifying gaps in support and follow-up, integrating lived experience into healthcare development. Everything starts with their experience. As we have seen, the needs to go far beyond the medical and the system fall short, especially in support information and follow-up. Another central aspect is the loneliness and lack of spaces where young adults can meet others in similar situations. So co-creation is key. When we started engaging in healthcare professionals, it became clear that neither of us could address these needs on our own. Through collaboration, the perspectives of young people and adult patients meet clinical reality. So our members bring the lived experience, and the health professional brings the clinical context. That's really how this work began, by sitting down together, sharing perspectives, and starting to build things jointly. Together, we began developing concrete solutions such as age-adapted information, earlier and more tailored psychosocial support. And we facilitated connection with peers and improved follow-up after treatment. We also contributed to developing support functions and new ways of reaching patients earlier. This work creates impact at several levels. At the individual level, it means less loneliness and stronger support. Young adults feel seen and understood and get better conditions to move forward in everyday life. At the healthcare level, it helps create more personal-centered care that looks at the whole person and offers support earlier in a way that actually fits the needs of the young person. At the system level, we see better access to support, earlier contact with the right services, and improved coordination between different actors. We also see that lived experience are more often taken into account in how care and policy is developed. And Sweden, the government of Sweden recently, just after Christmas, presented this new cancer strategy, and we could see that the AYA group was very much more represented in this cancer strategy than before. And I think that you at Ung Cancer has contributed, and of course our members above all has contributed to this a great deal. Together, this moves us toward more relevant, equitable care for young adults. It's not rocket science. It's about young adults leading, co-creating care around real needs and using time and energy and resources more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I would like to ask all the speakers to join me here on the stage. And I would like to invite all of you in the audience to please come with your questions and challenge everyone. I'm looking forward to a nice discussion. So if we have any questions,
Go ahead.
could you please sit down?
Yes, sorry.
Where you like?
I didn't know where you were going to sit.
Yes, don't worry. So until you prepare, I think I would like to start with patient advocates first, and then I will ask maybe a similar question to you, Lucas. And the first question is, when you engage with policymakers or with stakeholders in general with healthcare, what are the misconceptions you find there are there when you start discussing your needs as adolescents and young adults with cancer? So, Maria,
Yeah, I think maybe, and I think this is very maybe too obvious, but the conception that it's the worst phase is when you are in treatment. That our member state they stress the anxiety and the loneliness after the treatment.
Thank you. And Katie?
So your question is very specifically when we are in discussion with policymakers,
Yes.
right? So I think the most difficult thing is that when we bring up something, then they say, oh, yeah, but we already addressed this. It's already in the cancer plan, or we already have a research, or we're already funding that. And I would like to say again what I literally said, I think, last Friday on a webinar, that we appreciate funding for research that should not stop, but there are some things that don't need to be proven because they have already been proven before money and investment is given to implementation. So I think there is a very big disconnect right now. We would like to see more money going into actual implementation projects.
Thank you. Lucas, what were what were they, but I imagine they were the surprises you found out during this co-creation of the word?
I mean, I think that from the beginning, we saw surprises in every stakeholder for just for being asked or for being asked to participate, because in some senses we had a more paternalistic model, less used to gathering that much feedback. But I think from then onwards, it was very positive. In our hospital, I think the main challenge is to make people understand that the AYA patient population has a separate needs, has distinct needs compared to children and to adults. They say, oh, we're really good. We have really good pediatric care and we have very good adult care. And if anything, they confuse the concept with the transition. So if you have diabetes as a child, then you need to be trained to have diabetes as an adult, or any chronic condition. But this is really different. It's just a disease. It's not you have a cancer as a child and then you survive. No, this is you have a cancer in the adolescent and young adult age. I think that's the biggest challenge, because everyone thinks it's okay to have a surgeon up to 18 and a surgeon from 18. It's okay to have everything with that barrier.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience.
So my question is for everyone in the panel is how can the various cancer mission hubs actually better address the unique medical, psychosocial, but also age stage, related needs of young adults and adolescents living with cancer? And how can we make sure that they're from by design involved in the co-creation of these cancer mission hubs?
I think we can begin with you, Cancer Europe.
So the question was about research, or the question was about care?
Cancer mission hubs.
The cancer mission hubs. Sorry, I didn't get that.
How can we address?
How can they address your needs, if I understand correctly?
How can the design of the cancer mission hubs, which is why we're here today at ECOS,
Yeah.
how can that better serve the population that's so unique in young adults and adolescents living with cancer?
So, talking from my experience, and we already published the position paper that I was talking a little bit earlier. The first step is to maybe read the position paper and then try to see how the changes can be implemented. We also have some suggestion of implementing, but I don't think it's in our power to do as a patient organization. What we are doing is as Katie said, bring in front the changes that are needed for the AYA. I was a patient, I was an AYA, and nothing was not looking as it is now. And I see the changes, and I feel like what the cancer mission and projects that are funded and the Horizon and EU for Health is doing, it's going on a better way, but I feel it's taking so much time to reach there. This is my feeling. It's taking so much time to reach there.
I also think that with the nowadays reality and with the nowadays approach where patients are being included and patient voices are being heard more often, we can expect that the patients and the needs of AYA will be met by such projects as we implement, and not only met, but like being included in the policy making process. And I think that such projects that where the center is the needs of AYA and AYA itself will be very much needed and supported, and maybe more invited to such events to be heard and to be disseminated. I think this is the key. And such projects need the financing. And I think whenever we speak more about patients, we need to speak more about such projects and finance projects like that in order for us to be able to shape the policy for AYA.
And just a side note of financing, I remember that there's the same thing that we ask the commission, the new health commissioner, to not stop the financing for these kind of projects. And he promised not to. But yes.
And do you see any possibilities for synergies with the cancer mission hubs and the?
Yes, sorry. Did you want to say something, Nikki?
Well, of course. I mean, it's becoming more and more present and obvious that patients need to be included in all stages of designing treatment settings, new drugs, and everything. And it's making me really happy, actually, that researchers, healthcare professionals, and also politicians are now realizing that we, the patients, we are actually the experts because we are the ones who experience the system. We don't work in it. We're thrown into it and have to make the best of it. And that's why we can tell what needs to change. And it's really great that people are starting to listen and starting to pick up on what we tell them. So
And Lucas, before we go to the next question, from your side as a different stakeholder, what would be your message to the cancer mission hubs and your learnings during this process?
I think I would make sure that the patient voices are prioritized. It's not just that they're heard. That the first, maybe we feel okay that the patients are stakeholders, but no, well, they're the priority, and the others are, we're secondary. We will of course be there, but secondary. I think the any action plan needs to have a plan for deployment into all the levels of the system. You may need to convince 27 healthcare ministers, but you need to scale that down up to the hospital manager, up to the radiologist manager, up to every level of the system for it to change, and that has to happen across the whole of Europe, which is of course a challenge. But I would insist in that deployment plan to every level of the healthcare system, primary care, even all the regions.
Thank you. Question.
Okay. My name is Eva Jolie, and I'm from the Karolinska Comprehensive Cancer Center. And first of all, thank you all for your contribution and participating in both with your presentations, but also in this dialogue afterwards. And I have a reflection and also maybe a question. And that is about actually building on exactly what you said, Lucas, on how to really change the system. Because I have a feeling that you all represent different parts of communities that are working with education of patient representatives, patient advocates, also trying to influence policymakers, decision makers, and so on. But representing Comprehensive Cancer Center, I think that one of the key things that we are trying to, but I'm not saying that we are succeeding or in the top, but we are trying to also educate the clinicians, the nurses, the head of departments, because time is so busy working in healthcare. And then you think, oh, yes, we should also involve patient and co creation. Everyone would kind of acknowledge, but to really to change the way you are planning, thinking, including, and so on, it takes some time. So my question is, do you have any examples of educations or training for clinicians or more healthcare workers that you could maybe share?
I have one. I have one example. You've seen just one slide on our work within EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And when we published our recommendation, we also created a toolkit, a trainer toolkit, and we also piloted a training program. So we had an open call for researchers, and in a different group, we had an open call for healthcare professionals and then also for patient organizations. And those that were accepted for the training needed to prove that they have the support of their own infrastructure back at home. And then we followed up with them and we actually provided for free for 1 year and opportunities to consult and monitor their progress and help them. And we know that just after that training, 3 individuals still kept in touch with us, that in their hospitals they became the ADI officer, or somebody started an EDI program, or somebody else has written an EDI research within their own clinic. So and somebody else just published a paper actually on the work that they have done in Oxford, influencing other researchers and funding schemes to include more an EDI approved approach in their research in cancer. So we know that these things can work and can lead to real change. But as Anna also said, there are so many projects with so many outcomes where patients have contributed to the publications of the research or the papers, the peer-reviewed and academically published guidelines and recommendations. I believe that if we could just base some of the in-house decisions on these, even if you don't have time to create um, a I don't know, like a workflow, because it's very complex actually, maybe to build patient-informed processes in every clinic. But in the meanwhile, you can take those papers and recommendations and guidelines that were patient approved or the publication was patient led. There is a lot out there already.
Thank you. So I have a question meanwhile. So it's to Natalia and Katie. You talked about involvement in the EU projects, for example, and I think maybe it also addresses a part of the previous question as well. So how can researchers prepare and involve adolescents and young adults when designing or applying for projects so it becomes meaningful and it's not a kind of tokenism or just a nice thing to
Yes.
have your box in the application?
So I will say my perspective, and then I will ask Natalie's as well. So I do believe that you need to do some capacity training. That's your responsibility. You do need to train capacity so that there are informed and well-trained young people with lived experience who can contribute, such as, for example, when we taught the basics of observational research and prepared young people for peer visits, etc. And another responsibility of the researcher is to work hard in framing the questions in such a way that you make it meaningful for people with lived experience to contribute, to understand the question and be able to meaningfully express their opinion through their authentic lived experience. But this is work that you need to do. You cannot skip this part. And then we have done this exercise on especially quite a few papers
Yeah.
that we're right now working on.
Yeah. I also want to add to very, very nice point that Katie has mentioned is like the training of the patients, giving them the information. Because when, for example, it is our first time being in diagnosed, we are becoming very vocal. Some of us becoming very vocal, and it looks like, you know, a chaotic flow of thoughts and actions, but we can shape these actions into meaningful shaped actions. Tautology? I don't know. And we can lead them to make the difference, to make the policy, to shape it. And from my background, being a linguist, I believe in the power of knowledge. Whenever there is a knowledge background in patient, I don't know, in healthcare professional, there is always the outcome will be not chaotic and will be more structured and actually can add the value to the changes.
So, Maria, a question to you then. Do we have anything from the audience? Yes. I'll keep my question for later.
Sorry, I just wanted to go back to the question from the lady in the front from Karolinska. The European project Interact Europe 100 offers training for clinicians and nurses in across different stages and age groups, including AYA specifically. And it's interspecialty free possibility. 107 cancer centers have participated in this program now.
Thank you. So, what barriers do you think, Maria, the young adults face that prevents them from getting engaged into your organization, for example, or into meeting other peers, into being involved in different consultations and development projects?
Yes, if we talk about because our members, we have members that are not diagnosed themselves, but if we narrow it down to them, I think one of the barriers is the time and effort and energy it takes just to navigate the systems, because they are diagnosed at a time of their lives. This is I think it's not exclusive to Sweden. But in Sweden, we have a very vast, good welfare system, but it builds on that you should qualify into it by working, and if you are 20 or 22, you haven't yet qualified to get the benefits or the support that you most of 40 years old get. So you have to organize your life. Maybe you have to move back to your parents. You have all these added worries to tend to. That it's not just getting well. It's just provide for your rent and food, and yes. So I think that's one thing.
Thank you. Yes.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I'd be very grateful to hear the panel's perspectives on bringing the voice of the patients in two particularly vulnerable subgroups. One is the rural areas or the geographically dispersed, and the other one is those with financial hardship or tougher financial situations. How do you bring the voice of these groups into the agenda? Because I mean, it is difficult for us at a local level.
Can I bring our local experience? In Romania, we have a community of young people with lived experience. We start from the hospital, actually. We met them there because we offer psychotherapy, and then we keep contact with them. And most of them are from the rural part of the countries and low financial. And because we are keeping contact with them, at the age of 13, they are coming back to the community, and they are part of the community, and they are growing with us and learn how to express their needs And usually we are the one who are expressing back and coming out and talk what they also need. But it's not just for the little ones, because the little ones, they are learning how to do this from 13 years old, but they are keep coming with our at our events. And when they are adults, we are organizing workshops and we are training. What we are learning here, we are going back and teach them or give them the information. So this is just a small part, like action that we can do local, and we are doing local already. And this is just one suggestion that it can be done local. Yes. Sorry.
Can I just very quickly we are actually publishing a book on it, on planning events where you foresee the participation of people with lived experience. And we have an entire chapter and very specific recommendations on including people from diverse backgrounds. But some highlight is like always pay for their travel, always make sure that you remunerate their participation, make it possible for them to participate online. Don't make travel difficult, make rooms accessible, provide food. I mean, that some of these things seem obvious, but they are not. And I know that I mentioned this, and we didn't mean it with a bad intention, but like there was a meeting of EUNet CCC actually about comprehensive cancer centers, and were quite a few people with lived cancer experience invited, but there was no chairs to sit in the lobby. There was no place to sit. Or in the breaks, there's only high tables, so people in wheelchairs cannot converse with anyone. Simple things. Like if you want to see people with lived experience and you want to especially reach those, then maybe you think are hard to reach, but maybe they are not hard to reach. Maybe we're not doing it right because they are available, they are eager, they are keen, they have the knowledge, they have the experience, would like to be there, but we make it a hostile environment for them, then they will be less likely to participate. And also, like, for example, and this is just literally, I'm going through the list. If you make it a practice in your organization to always have your pronouns on your name badge or in your email, then people with different gender identities also feel welcome. It signals that you're a very inclusive organization. So there are many practical ways of doing this. Keep your eyes peeled for some of our publications coming out soon.
Can I have a final question? Thank you. So, Lucas, a final question to you, and it's a bit similar. I mean, we have a lot of countries in EU. We have many countries that already have cancer mission hubs being created. And I'm thinking, what are the minimum requirements for creating an AY award? And what do you have a way to measure the outcomes after your development?
Yeah. So I think following following to your question about the need for training to the teams, etc. I had that thought of there's no this I call it toolbox or how to create an AYA unit for dummies available in the website, because many people will be having the same information, and what we know to do is to ask friends, but that's that leads to a lot of heterogeneity, and of course you need to adapt to your space. I think a key point is to consider the AYA as a distinct population. Don't try to fit the AYA into what you have. Just create, because there are many hospitals that have built adolescent wards for the pediatric patients. That's kind of the effort that we don't want. You really need an adult, and the minimum is that there is an adult and a pediatric team of oncologists, nurses, etc., working, and that the psychosocial needs are well covered. And then on how to monitor it, I think there's not a lot out there. I mean, we do ask for experience, prompts and prems to our patients, but not in in an organized manner. We just try to be better every year or every 5 years and so forth. But I think that's something that it also would be useful to have in the package for how to create a new unit. What is the minimum that you need to measure for success?
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers for inspiring talks and a very interesting discussion. Thank you everyone for being with us in this session. And I guess now we need to really take advantage of the momentum with the cancer mission hubs and the European Cancer Mission to promote your interests. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, photo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for this amazing panel. It was a fantastic session. Thank you for the moderation. Also, very, very good and to the point. I particularly love the fact that we explored here the young adults and adolescents not as another silo. Let's say we have the pediatrics, we have the adults, and that we are creating another silo. That was not the case. We are creating here a transition that goes from one to the other. Um, Probably not all of us will be able to have a dedicated yarn for adolescents in the different hospitals. It would be nice to have. But if we see this as a process, a continuum where adults also have pediatric cancers and pediatrics also have uh, people at pediatric age also have adult cancers, and we can interact more. We can make the care more accessible, more targeted, higher quality. This is not about, lovely spaces, also nice to have. But I love the way that you conducted from the co-creation in the policies where you went with policymakers to co-creation of infrastructures. Very good. Thank you very much for this lovely session. So, um, just we are just about to break for lunch. Before that, just some notes for you. After the lunch, we will have here in the main auditorium a lecture on citizen science in oncology, followed by a pitch session of different initiatives showcasing examples on citizens and patient engagement. So please, I welcome you all to be here and learn about the different examples. I can tell you that while we were preparing for the fair, we had a huge list of projects and initiatives that we'd like to showcase. Some would get some spots, another one. So it's very important that we can be here and learn from everything. It's impossible to have time, like 1 hour for each. So I think we will have, and we have a very good alignment. It would be nice to also welcome our guests and those that we are on stage. So please be here for this pitch session as well. Then we have in the workshop rooms one workshop on engaging citizens in mission-oriented innovation. This workshop will be led by our keynote speaker from the morning, Christian Bazen. He will guide us on how to implement the process that we have heard into real case activities. And in the other workshop room, we will have a workshop on mapping cancer risk, a network analysis and art-based community engagement in rural living labs. This workshop explores social networks analysis in living labs and reveal hidden patterns on those that are influencing the decision making and so on. So very interesting. I know the project. I highly recommend you to be there, but just don't empty this room as well. But very interesting. And um, Marie Gabriel is there. You can talk with him in during the coffee break. So now lunch will be served outside. Take the chance to enjoy the great weather, interact with our speakers as well. During the break, don't forget to check the exhibition areas, of course. Use the cups for network. And yeah, and now it's time for this analog interaction. I hope to see you all here or in the workshop rooms by 1:30. Thank you very much for your participation. Well, enjoyed the nice lunch and the nice weather. I hope you had the time to re-energize, to connect, and now you are boosted with energy and motivation for what's coming up here during this afternoon. So we will start to open this session. We will start. I will start by calling to the stage Ria Volkort, Chair of the European Citizen Science Association Working Group on Health, University of Tweed. During the presentation, activities of the European Citizen Science Association will be highlighted, and together with the presentation of several citizen science projects to demonstrate different ways in which citizens can be involved in research. Ria, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the session. I hope everybody had a great lunch and is ready for this next talk. So, as already was mentioned, my name is Ria Wolkarte. I'm the chair of the European Citizen Science Association Working Group on Health. So, EXA for short. EXA was started 12 years ago as a membership organization to further citizen science. And I'm just wondering how many people here already know about citizen science in the health domain as a way to do transdisciplinary research. So few people are familiar with the term, but some are not yet. So I hope I can give you a nice introduction today of what citizen science is and how it may also help in the cancer hubs. So EXA, like I said, was established 12 years ago. The goal is to make research and science open, accessible, and valuable to all. And we do that in different working groups. So there's working groups on specific domains, such as citizen science, air quality, monitoring of biodiversity, but at the same time also organized in different topics. So topics including empowerment, inclusiveness, equity, impact assessment, education. And as we already heard in the session this morning with the AYAs, all of these topics are really important if you want to involve citizens or patients in research projects. So EXA is organized on different levels. While the European citizen science is, of course, the European level. We have members from all different European countries. But we also have citizen science organizations on a national level. So, for instance, I'm from the Netherlands. We have Citizen Science NL, but there's also Citizen Science Italy. In Austria, they call it Österreich Forst. So there's a lot of countries where they have national citizen science organizations. And then again, we also are organized on a local level. So there's quite a few citizen science hubs in all different countries where we try to further the interaction between societal parties and researchers. So citizen science is another way of doing transdisciplinary research or participatory research. And EXA came up with 10 principles of citizen science. So a few of them include the fact that citizen science projects actively involve citizens in research endeavors. And that they can be involved in multiple stages of a research project. Another important principle is that all parties being involved have to benefit from the project. So it shouldn't only benefit the researchers. So it's great that we get information from citizens, but importantly, they also have to benefit. Although the benefits for the different parties can, of course, be in a different way. Furthermore, we think that if you do citizen science, the data and the metadata should be made publicly available, and where possible also published in open access format. So this means we are closely linked with the open science community, that we also try to ensure that data collected in citizen science projects is available to citizens in general, because they help collect it, they help do the research. But why do we as researchers keep the data to ourselves? And of course, we have to be careful with that. There are privacy issues, especially in the health domain. So we constantly have to balance openness and privacy. But if citizens help collect the data, why not give them access to the data as well? And of course, if citizens are closely involved, and citizens can also be patients, they should be acknowledged for all of the work that they do in all different forms that can take place. So when we talk about citizen science involving citizens or patients in research, there are multiple ways of doing that. And within citizen science community, we often look at the 5 Cs. So 5 different levels in which citizens and patients can contribute to research. And we've seen some great examples this morning as well. And I'm sure we will get even more examples during the pitches after this talk. So I want to zoom in on some of them. But for instance, if you have a contractual form of collaboration, this is where citizens hire researchers. One example is a project within the chronic fatigue syndrome community. During the long COVID pandemic, there was all of a sudden quite a lot of money available for clinical trials in people with long COVID. And people with chronic fatigue syndrome felt that they were left out because they have similar symptoms and they felt they could also benefit from the trials that were run for people with long COVID. So they decided to go for crowdfunding. They got a lot of money together, and with that money, they hired a researcher to do similar trials, but then in the community of people with chronic fatigue syndrome. So they were not involved in the research itself, but they were involved in making the research happen. One of the ways that you can collaborate is on a collaborative level, obviously. I'll show you some examples of this. These are 2 projects I'm not personally involved with, but they are very important projects. So Folded is started already in 2008. It's basically an online game. It started by the lab of David Baker. And the idea of the project is that citizens can help fold proteins in a gaming setting. So you can get puzzles basically to solve. And with the outcomes of these puzzles, you help the researchers in the lab because they can then test how these proteins work, and that helps them to create new ideas for targeting diseases, so targeting for drugs, etc. So you really try to make use of the puzzle solving skills that humans have inherently, and especially in 2008, AI was definitely not able to do that as well as human beings, and still humans help this way. So in 2024, David Baker also got the Nobel Prize for all of his work, not just for this game, of course, but for all of his work in structural biology. But if thousands of citizens help folding proteins, for them it's a game. There's also a scoreboard, a leaderboard, where you can see how you rank to others. It's really trying to make use of thousands of citizens helping in research. Another example of a similar project is toll catchers. This is in the field of Alzheimer research. This group made a lot of imaging scans from brains of mice in this case, and they need to go through all of these scans to see whether there's a blood clot. So you can see here there's a nice blood flow, and here there's no blood flow. But they need to do this manually because, again, AI was not able to do this yet. And they asked a lot of people to help them. And again, people from the ages of 6 to 88, I think, were able to join. They get a really short training. And they said, okay, if 7 people look at these different pictures, the accuracy of the scoring is 99%. So this is a really reliable way of doing the scanning. And if thousands of people help, that really reduces the work for the researchers. So in this case, they said work that was normally done in 4 years' time could now be done in a few months. So this is another way of involving citizens in research projects that is really helping science. And for them, it's really a way to contribute to research as well. So if we move to the other side of the spectrum, we have collegial research. A collegial form of citizen science is where citizens are basically in the lead. Sometimes researchers are involved, sometimes they're not, but it's really about the knowledge, the skills of citizens or patients in some cases. So on the left, you see personal science. This is basically measuring yourself for yourself. And this is based on the fact that humans inherently are very curious. We always try to find ways to improve your own situation, your own life. And especially when you're confronted with a chronic condition, or for instance with cancer, and especially after the treatment is done and there's still symptoms left, people are trying to find ways to make their own life better, to find ways to improve their symptoms. And that can be done by, for instance, looking at your diet, looking at exercise, looking at supplements. So many ways that you can see what works for you. And maybe you've done it for yourself as well. But in citizen science, in the personal science part of it, we try to see whether we can do this in a more structured way, in a way that can also benefit others. So the idea of personal science is measuring something about yourself to see what works and what doesn't work for you. The aim is not to then generalize this to all patients with a certain condition, but the aim is to improve your own personal situation. So, for instance, one strong example is from Sarah Rigara. She is someone who has Parkinson's disease. And people with Parkinson's disease often have a lot of symptoms. In her case, she suffered a lot from dyskinesia. And she wanted to know, okay, maybe if I'm vaping, if I take nicotine that way, does that reduce my dyskinesia symptoms? So she tried to use vape on certain days and not on other days. She recorded the dyskinesia symptoms that she faced. And in this case, she found out that vaping did help her dyskinesia symptoms. I'm not sure if vaping is the best intervention you can think of, but in her case, it did work with the dyskinesia. She wrote it down in a scientific paper for others to read as well, but she can also use that in her daily life. She also had a project where she looked at the motor symptoms that she faced during a day, and she mapped that out alongside the moments that she took medication. I believe she had seven moments in a day that she takes some medication. And by mapping it out and going to her neurologist, together they decided to change the medication regimen because there was a possibility to reduce the symptoms by just taking medications on different times of the day. So this is measuring yourself for your own benefit. And I think a lot of people already do it, but maybe not in a structured way. And in personal science, we try to give people tools on how to do that best. And of course, this comes with a lot of challenges. There are ethical questions because Sarah got into trouble. She wanted to get her PhD in Sweden, and the university was unwilling to give her a PhD at that moment because for all the research she did not go to the ethical committee beforehand. Her reasoning was, I'm testing myself, I'm doing research on myself, so should I ask myself for permission on myself? She didn't do it. But that of course is a crucial aspect of doing scientific research, looking at the ethics of it, and this does change a lot in the paradigm. In the end, she did get her PhD. She went to a university in the Netherlands, and they were able to grant her a PhD for the work. But especially when it comes to personal science, you also don't want people to experiment with things you don't want them to experience with. And especially, of course, when you're under treatment, there's a lot of interactions that can go on, so that can be dangerous as well. But when it comes to quality of life, why not make use of the knowledge that people have? Similarly, the open APS stands for Artificial Pancreatic System. This was started by Dana Lewis, someone with diabetes type 1, and she had a continuous glucose monitor, and she also had an insulin pump that constantly injected her with insulin. The one thing that wasn't there is a way to let the two systems connect to each other. So she had to be the middleman and adjust the insulin pump based on the glucose monitor. So what she did actually, she said, I'm not waiting. So she started the hashtag We Are Not Waiting. She created her own system that did connect it to. She bought the hardware for that. She wrote the coding for it. And then what she did is she put all of that online. So the blueprint, the coding, and she started a community online as well, where people talk to each other, where people optimize the system together, and other people started building their own APS system. So now there are hundreds or even thousands of people walking around with a system they built themselves. And they report a much higher quality of life because they're not constantly monitoring their own glucose. And by now, science has caught on, and they're also trying to see what's going on here, what are people doing, and maybe we as a research community can also use the information they came up with. So this is really citizens forming the agenda, saying we are not waiting, we have ideas. If you don't come up with it, we will. And again, they all use this device, but that's not regulated by the MDR, by the medical device regulations, etc. They build it themselves. So this also comes with challenges for the research community. Then the last example I wanted to show you is more of a co-created way of collaborating with citizens or with patients. This is something maybe more of what you're used to also in this community. And for this, I wanted to show you one of the projects I'm personally involved with. It's a direct DCIS project. It's funded by NWO in the Netherlands, and it's a large consortium in the Netherlands. DCIS is a form of it's women having irregular cells in their breasts. And for some people, DCIS will become breast cancer, but for other people, it will never become breast cancer, which makes it quite difficult to decide how to treat DCIS. So should you take more of a wait and see approach, or should you be really more aggressive and start the treatment as if it is already breast cancer? And for now, it's quite difficult for people to decide what treatment would work best for them. And to that end, in this project, we're trying to develop an AI-supported prediction model, a personalized prediction model, so the doctors and the patients have a better tool and better knowledge to decide what treatment works for them, a wait and see or an aggressive treatment. So if you look at how we organize the project, we have 5 different working packages, and in each work package, there are 2 co-researchers or women with DCIS involved. All of these women are working closely together, mostly with the PhD students who do the most of the work in the work packages. So they work closely with the PhD student to think about questions on research design, research questions, analysis, dissemination, etc. They are not necessarily trained as co-researchers. They are trained on the job. If they need to know specific information to have a conversation on specific parts, they will receive that specific training. The co-researchers meet once a month, also to interact with each other, to see if they have questions that they can ask from each other, etc. And then in the steering committee, we have a patient advocate. This is a highly trained patient associated with the patient association. The patient association was also involved in writing the project to getting the grant. But she is representing the voice of patients on a higher level in this project. And then in the advisory committee, we also have people who are experts in participatory research. So again, making sure that patients are heard in this project and that their expertise and their knowledge is incorporated all through this whole project. One thing I'm personally very excited about is that we're also working on a patient-led research question in this project. So the idea is that these co-researchers at some point, they talk a lot with the researchers, they are curious themselves, they have questions. So we are planning, it's an 8-year project, so we take a little bit longer. We are planning to work together with them and to see if they have questions themselves within the confines, of course, of the direct DCIS project. And if they have questions, maybe we can establish a patient-led research question and actually try to answer that research question within the direct DCIS as well. Again, if I talk to researchers in direct DCIS, I sometimes have completely different discussions than when I talk to the co-researchers, the women with DCIS. So this way, we want to make sure that their questions and the relevance that they see in the project are heard. So hopefully, some of these examples inspired you to find new ways of involving citizens in research, because I believe that citizens or patients have a lot of knowledge, they have a lot of expertise, and they are oftentimes very willing to help us researchers in our projects. So citizen science is a transdisciplinary approach to research similar to other forms of participatory research. It's a way to democratize science. This way you open up science to a much larger audience than usually. And as EXA is already saying, citizen science is a way to make science open, accessible, and valuable for everyone. So if you are inspired by this talk, or if you're just interested in what we do, you can join the EXA working group on health. It's free to join, and basically we are trying to bring together from all over Europe working on citizen science for health. And we are going to start with specific subgroups on themes like ethics, on themes like how to do recognition and rewards for the citizens, the co-creation, etc. And if you think that we should know more about your work, because sometimes I think citizen science and other ways of participatory research are not necessarily as connected as I would like to see it, please join us in Denmark for our next conference on citizen science for health. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ria, for this nice talk. We still have time for some questions. So if there are questions from the audience, we would be happy to get it while people are thinking. Just a small comment. Okay, go ahead.
One question: How is it difficult to get financing for this citizen research project, because it's so different for others?
Yeah, it is different, and it can be challenging sometimes to get funding, definitely. And I know one of my colleagues got funding for a citizen science project, almost 2 million euros, and they had to give the funding back because the ethical committee saw some issues with it. So yeah, some of it was more on the methodological side, but also the fact that in this project people had to pay to participate in the research was a challenge that made it was a hurdle that they couldn't cross. So yeah, it can be difficult, but you do notice that quite a few funders are now more and more interested in citizen science, and they do sometimes expect you to do citizen science. So I know mostly from the situation in the Netherlands, but I know there's also for instance, the Dutch Heart Foundation just opened a call specifically for citizen science. And I see that on a European level as well, that they try to make it more of a priority.
Thank you very much. We have another question there. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, so my name is Sandrine Lavallée. I am the patient and public involvement in Luxembourg Institute of Health. And thank you for your very inspiring speech. And I have just one question. Do you train this citizen and patient that you are involving in your science project?
Do we train them? Yeah, it depends a little bit. On some projects we don't. And then we train them on the job. So for instance, in one project, we had a discussion with them on data management to decide whether to put data in a repository afterwards to make it open or not. So we trained them on that specific topic. So we wrote some information about data management, about repositories, anonymization, all these things, so that they could have an equal talk with us on the topic. Yeah.
And do you train scientists to co-work with patient and citizen?
Yeah, we definitely want to do that as well. So we just got some funding to create more training for the scientists, because I believe that if scientists know how to involve citizens, that's the biggest hurdle that we see. Yeah, I totally agree. So and I also work at a university, so I now have the option to give a course on citizen science and patient involvement. So hopefully the new generation is more comfortable with working this way. Absolutely. And yeah, but it's important.
Thank you, Ria. And one last question, or two last questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm Fraser from Canada, and I just wanted to know how do you evaluate the data that citizen scientists give compared to, the rigorous data we take? Is there a different system for it, or that's my question.
That's a good question. Yeah, how do we? It depends really on the project. So, for instance, the stall catchers project I showed you, where they say if 7 people do it, we reach a 99% accuracy. Then it was basically shown that the data that citizens collected was compared to the data that experts judged. In other projects, we don't always check it. And I think that's also something that's happening more in health, right? In health, we're more used to having people contribute their own data, either through surveys or in ways like that. So I think we are more used to having citizens or patients contribute their data. Yeah, but it is a question that needs attention, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you. Last question.
I'll be quick. Thank you so much. It was very interesting. I was wondering when you are doing the training for citizen scientists, which are the things that people are more in need of knowing? What are the main gaps in their knowledge about science?
You're talking about the citizens or the researchers?
The citizens.
The citizens, well, they are not necessarily that academically schooled always. So it's about really understanding the types of research and what does that mean? What kind of questions can be answered by certain research projects or not? So for instance, I had someone who wanted to do one survey for something that, in my opinion, really needs a long-term project. So training like that, but also expectation management there is a big issue. Knowing that research projects don't finish within 3 months normally, it takes longer time. So I think those are the main issues that we need to train them on: expectation management and understanding the scientific process. And sometimes we need to go through steps that they don't see the point of, but that helps in the scientific rigor. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I ask for a big
Thank you.
round of applause here for this wonderful session.
Thank you.
And now we move forward to the second part of this session, where we are introducing some pitches showcasing 9 different initiatives engaging citizens and patients into research. This session will be moderated by Eva Jolie from the Karolinska Comprehensive Cancer Center. Eva Jolie, please.
So thank you. So yes, my name is Eva, and I am so honored to be your moderator throughout 1.5 hours. We have many examples of experiments that people will share about how to involve the view and how to say the experience of patients and citizens within the cancer continuum. And it's a pitch session, so we want to inspire to have short presentations about what is going on out there. How can we make it take it forward together? And also, your participation in this session is crucial because this is supposed to be a bit interactive in between. So the questions, the remarks, your own experience are welcomed also in this session. So, having said that, I would like to welcome the first speaker, and that will be an example from Orion, a joint action, presented by Marjetka Jelenek. And she's a senior researcher from the National Institute of Public Health in Slovenia. And a warm welcome to you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. So, in this short presentation, I would like to present the patient perspective on Europe's Beating Cancer Plan implementation. I prepared the presentation together with my colleague Tita Albrecht from National Institute of Public Health and from my 2 colleagues from Cienzano from Belgium. How am I supposed to move slides? Oh, okay, it's working. Regarding the methodology, so to obtain this patient perspective on Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, 3 workshops with representatives of cancer patient organizations were organized in the frame of Orion Joint Action Project. Let me say just a few words about Orion Joint Action. It was a 2-year project from 2024-2025, and it was conducted in accordance with the flagship number 9 of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, which aims to reduce cancer inequalities in European Union. Our work was organized into 5 work packages. 3 of them you can see here. They are coordination, dissemination, evaluation. They are somehow obligatory, mandatory work packages, and two of them were content work packages. The work package 4, sustainability and implementation, support for monitoring and analysis of the implementation of EBCP. And the last one, analysis of development of national cancer control programs. And the institute where I work was coordinating this joint action project. So today, I will speak about, in fact, work package 4 that was led by our colleagues from Cienzano. And all 3 workshops that were organized were, of course, this work was organized by our colleagues from Cienzano, and they were organized in 3 European member states, in Belgium, in Italy, and in Slovenia. So first of all, I will tell you something about the workshop that was held in Slovenia, and I coordinated with my colleagues. And so the workshop was held in April 2024, and we invited these cancer patient organizations, and 6 of them came and collaborated with us. The purpose of the workshop was to gain insight into the implementation of EBCP in Slovenia, in particular into the benefits, shortcomings for patients, and opportunities for the improvement. You can see here the logos of the organizations that participated in our workshop. And of course, we prepared the presentation of the EBCP, and we prepared some topic for the discussion. The discussion was focused on the advantages of the implementation of EBCP, challenges, and opportunities. And now the main findings, there were many of them, just this is a short presentation, so I want to show you just the really main findings. So they know that the success of EBCP largely depends on its visibility and effective operational implementation. And this, what is really an issue, or let's say a challenge, is problematic, that all potential benefits of EBCP often do not reach patients. However, the patient organizations are very well aware of the EBCP. So here is a gap. And it will be necessary in the future to agree on a coordinated and targeted communication to cancer patients at the level of the competent institutions. And then it will be necessary to systematically consider their recommendations for the improvement. And they overall see many advantages in the implementation of EBCP in Slovenia, but there is still much room for improvement. Then we touched the funding, that really is a challenge. So we were discussing on the funding for sure half an hour. So they would like to see stable funding for non-governmental organizations in the field of cancer. And they say that EBCP should support a funding scheme specifically dedicated to cancer and separate it from other chronic diseases. Then they said the EBCP should be put into practice, and it should not be just another written document, and that it should serve as a framework for national cancer control programs, and that should be seen as a living, flexible document. We know this is not how it is organized right now, but this is what they would like to see. Other 2 workshops were conducted in Belgium and in Italy. You can see that in Belgium, 10 organizations collaborated in the workshop, and in Italy, 5 of them. And let me conclude with the summary of all these 3 workshops. So we need better awareness and better communication, so that information should flow openly and transparently. Then the implementation of EBCP must stay relevant to actual patient priorities. So policies should evolve with lived experience and with new evidence. Then meaningful stakeholder engagement. So patients should be partners with authority and not just participants without influence. And of course, the last one, real integration of knowledge into systems and services so that EU cancer initiatives are resourced, monitored, and converted into better care and better outcomes. And at the end, we have a suggestion. So we suggest to organize similar workshops with patients and their representatives to monitor also mission cancer implementation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Majetka. So if you stay up here, we will ask the audience to questions, remarks, reflections. I can start because I have one, and that was really about when I looked at the more in-depth funding from Slovenia, but also from Belgium and Italy. What was your not only reflections but also actions after these findings? Did you do anything different?
Actually, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. And when I was listening to the workshop organized by European Observatory by Florian Thiele, I was thinking maybe he asked us if we have a topic, to work with him. Maybe this would be a topic to work with observatory, how to make this flow of information, how to make this, I don't know, that people are informed, that they know what's going on, how to connect them. This was one of my thoughts, maybe one of the issues for, maybe our future hub.
Well, thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm the president of Lung Cancer Europe, and so particularly welcome to the opportunity to hear the feedback from patients. I'm just wondering if you plan to do a similar survey with maybe the clinicians to see if there's any alignment or disconnect between their thoughts.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, this was part of the Orion joint action, and now, it's finished. We had the final conference in December, and it was not predicted. As I said, I'm here today. I'm speaking on behalf of our colleagues from Cienzano, and also because I conducted this workshop in Ljubljana. But maybe in the future, this would be very good to have this information.
Exactly. And I think this is also why we're doing this, is to gain new ideas and the way forward, because we know all of this. When you have a project, it ends, but then you have to think about how do we take this on forward, and that always takes some time. But did you find any differences between the countries doing this survey? Or was it kind of similar outputs?
Oh, it's a huge documentation. I was not involved in other two workshops, but I think most of these topics were, we are there.
Pretty
We are
the
there.
same.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So they are not informed. This is the main problem. I don't know about the funding in Belgium. Maybe it's better than in Slovenia. But yes, so funding and information, and they want to see benefits. This is what but they were, however, they were very interested in what we organized, and they really collaborated in this workshop. It was longer than we predicted. It's a very long conversation.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we continue, and this time is about co-creation cancer equity, and it is presented by Thanasis Mavropoulos. Welcome to the stage. And Thanasis is a postdoctoral researcher at the Center of Research and Technology, Hellas.
Okay, so hi everyone. Great honor being here. Thank you for this opportunity. Today, I'm going to present a bit our project, which is named OncoDir. It is on the prevention of colorectal cancer. And we will check together how citizens have influenced a lot of our decisions, and it basically reaches our objective is to take the teachings from this project and map them to policy change in different countries in Europe. So some words about Oncodir. As you can see here, we're quite a lot of partners, 27 to be exact. It is a 42-month project, and it is, I repeat, on prevention. So we don't have any clinical trials. We're just trying to find ways for people to avoid getting colorectal cancer by reducing the risk. The coordinator, I'm representing the Center for Research and Technology LS, CERT for short. If you don't know it, it's a really big research organization in the northern part of Greece with a lot of experience in Horizon and European projects. Now, a few things about colorectal cancer for the people that are not quite used to this type of cancer. It is quite heavy, the burden that it brings to the European continuum. Basically, a lot of things are happening. Not everything gets traction. A lot of things go sideways regarding policies on the European and on the regional levels. So what we wish to do is use innovative tools to change this by using the tools to improve both citizen engagement and clinician engagement, and then have the policymakers take these teachings and use them for their own purposes. So in order to achieve this, in OncoDir we have tools for the three pillars that we see here, for citizens, clinicians, and policymakers. And we are trying to contribute with certain successful interventions that are based on the perspectives of all of these user groups, and having a co-design approach for everything. The main objectives are methodological, technological, and the validation in the end. But this is pretty standard to most projects, so I will not tire you with details. Just to have in mind that we have health policy analytics on board in order to understand how these tools translate in the actual field when the time is right for the policymakers to take their decisions. And we are using AI-powered tools. We are using decision support theories and social and behavioral science to have this behavioral, let's say, change in the minds of the citizens, because we do offer all of these things in order to change the minds of the citizens on how they perceive their role inside the risk of developing colorectal cancer. So they need to know that the prevention is completely in their hands. They need to know why and how they can achieve better results. Here is an overview, let's say, of our system. So we use retrospective data to produce a certain baseline where we use it to test how citizens behave, and then we let them use a mobile app that we have developed within the project in order to provide their feedback, get back recommendations, that these recommendations come also from science, from literature review and clinical guidelines that we amassed in the beginning of the project. And based on those, we calculate a risk score. You can see the wheel in the center of the screen. And having this risk score as a baseline, then we provide the recommendations. And if the people follow them, the recommendations, they like what we recommend to them, they rate them. And based on that, we calculate the risk it's not the risk of developing colorectal cancer, but the risk of being in a higher risk level than one could be. So these are validated in 3 pilots. Actually, we are just in the middle of one of these 3 pilots. I will talk later about this. I will try to be brief with these things. So as you can see here, step number 2 is the literature review that is feeding both the risk assessment and the suggested interventions. These are 2 parallel, let's say, steps that we are doing in order to provide interventions both on a clinical and behavioral level and on the policy level. And we have a dashboard for clinicians in the bottom of the screen and one for policymakers on the top of the screen. So these tools are dedicated to the specific focus groups that we have in order to better understand how to deal with the behavioral change from the part of the citizens. Now, since we involve not only country but also regional policymakers, we need to have certain tools custom made for them as well. And it is a quite complicated affair, let's say, with the technical side of things. But as you can see from the impact here, the main thing to take home let's say, is that whatever happens on a regional level, we aim to blow it up and use it, reproduce it, and take it to another EU country. So we test something in one country, we know the specifics of this country, and we try to move all the findings to another, which is a different one, has different needs, but it is really helpful for policymakers in this specific example to know what works and what not in a similar, let's say, EU country. The work packages are all working together outside of the horizontal ones, so no need to. We have a lot of communication with the other clusters, with the other projects in our cluster, and we take things from them and we give them both on a methodological level and on the findings of each of the projects. So this is something that was not originally foreseen, but help us a lot with citizen engagement, because some of the other cluster projects are really focused on the living labs approach, which we already have in our project, but they are taking a different twist with in their case, and we are learning a lot from them, and we are using these findings in our project as well. So this was just the first part, so you are not relieved yet. I will need to have the second, this was just to give the setting to understand what the whole project is all about. And now we are going to proceed with the actual implementation, so we can showcase you. This was actually prepared by Marie Lipsomiadi, which is the representative from the Ministry of Health in Greece. And it gives us the findings, the preliminary findings from the pilot that we are doing this at this point in Greece. So here are the interventions. This is overwhelming. This is just so you can check it after the talk. As you can see here, we have identified certain risk factors in the first column. We had specific interventions for those that are taking place right now at the pilot sites. And these are the target groups that we are aiming at. The interventions are being measured after they are delivered. We have people on the spot to get the feedback from the citizens, and we use this feedback as a loop in order to improve what we are developing inside the project. So every single one of those target groups is helping us refine what will ultimately be the policy recommendations that the Ministry of Health in this case, both from Greece and Lithuania, will provide to the governments in order to improve this situation. Because I repeat, we are on prevention and we're focusing there. Now,
Thank
regarding
you. We need to move on because we only have small pitches in this session.
okay,
So
I will be ultra.
yes,
Can I have one minute?
half minute.
This is the good stuff. Anyway, here we have the interventions. We deliver those interventions. The findings for those interventions are the ones in orange. Basically, a lot of people requested that they have more custom made. These are awareness raising, let's say, interventions. And a lot of people asked us, it's okay, but I need to do it, I need to have it more as on a regional level, on my village or at my country, my city, and not on a country level, because I do not feel it like it is reflected on my case. So this is one of the findings, of the main findings, that we need to localize the materials. But I need to be super fast. Okay. I will pass this as well. Basically, we had a lot of people coming back at us and saying that we didn't know a lot of these things. So now that you have mentioned what we need to be mindful of, please come back with this information in order to do it again and take the feedback that we have, use it, change your recommendations, bring them back in order for us to rate them again, and then we will have, in the end, the sum of all recommendations that can be approved by us citizens in order to reach the policymakers. Yeah. This is the next interventions. Any questions? We don't have time, but if you can questions.
Thank you. Thank you. No, but yes, of course, we will have time for any question or remarks from the audience here. Yes?
People are still thinking about questions. Just to note, someone lost the identity card in the conference next door. So just asking you, if you find an identity card at the floor, please deliver it to one of the organizers or to the reception, and we will be pleased with that. Sorry, just this small remark. Thank you very much.
That does not count as a question.
Thank you very much. Sonia Chernikova from National Oncology Institute in Slovakia. I would like to ask, how did you deal, or even if you were thinking about reaching vulnerable population because due to your interventions on hard reach groups, because sometimes they are not so reachable by this intervention in prevention?
Basically, if I had the time, I would have mentioned that, but I didn't. One of our interventions is specifically targeted towards vulnerable people, people of low income, from rural places, or from immigrants. These interventions are being run by 3 or 4 different partners within the consortium, and because one of those is the regional fund of Macedonia, they have access to this kind of populations. And the same applies to our one of our medical universities that it is based in Thessaloniki, also has access to this kind of populations. So it is targeted towards them as well. So we're quite inclusive as much as we can with this.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And to respect time, we take more questions to you after this session out in the coffee break.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So we move on, and now we have, very nice that we have also representation from Nicosia in this in this panel today. So it's about quality of life and healthy lifestyle adherence in breast cancer survivors. And that is presented by Konstantinos Kousarisis. Please come to the stage. The Assistant Professor of Medical Statistics at the University of Nicosia. Warmly welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present some local data from Cyprus. So this project, with an acronym HEROES project, is about examining the quality of life and also adherence to healthy lifestyle behaviors in breast cancer survivors in Cyprus. Just to give a bit of background about why we did this project. So as we all know, breast cancer survival has been increasing worldwide, and specifically in Cyprus. In a study that we've published recently, the 5-year survival rate for women diagnosed with breast cancer exceeds 90%. And as survival improves, of course, health-related quality of life becomes a major priority, which is something we've touched on many occasions today about how important quality of life is, as many breast cancer survivors can face long-term both physical and psychological issues, which could also be attributed to the different treatments they get. On another hand, it has also been shown that adoption of certain healthy lifestyle behaviors, which I'm certain we all know and we already heard about, is associated with better quality of life among breast cancer survivors, and in general, lower overall and cancer-specific mortality. Those sort of healthy lifestyle behaviors include things like healthy eating, regular physical activity, weight management, stress management, restorative sleep, avoidance of risky behaviors such as smoking and alcohol consumption, and social connections and social support. Of course, in the literature, there is a lot of variability in terms of how much adherence we have with regards to those healthy lifestyle behaviors, but at least with regards to breast cancers, we found to be a bit on the low side. In Cyprus, we did not conduct previously a study that assessed all those behaviors together. So that was one of the aims of this study. So what we wanted to do was to, first of all, estimate what is the adherence to healthy lifestyle behaviors amongst breast cancer survivors in Cyprus, measure their health-related quality of life, and try to examine whether higher adherence to those healthy lifestyles is associated with a better quality of life. Now, just a few words about the study design. This was a cross-sectional study. It was conducted between 2022 and 2023. Our participants, we have data from our participants who are recruited from the Bank of Cyprus Oncology Center. And it included breast cancer survivors that were initially diagnosed as stages 1 to 3, that had completed their active treatment at least 6 months to 5 years before they were recruited. We examined their adherence to healthy lifestyle behaviors and also their quality of life by using validated questionnaires. And we additionally collected clinical data from their medical records, which included different cancer characteristics like staging, time since they completed their last treatment, the treatments they received, and so on. In terms of our results, in our study, we were able to recruit 272 participants. We had a response rate of 78%. The mean age of our sample was 51 years old. And at the time of diagnosis, 65% of our participants were diagnosed at stage 2 and 24% at stage 3. And on average, 3.1 years had elapsed since the last time they had a major cancer treatment, and that includes either chemotherapy, surgery, or radiotherapy. When we examine their adherence to the healthy lifestyle behaviors, we can see a very variable picture here. For example, we can see that we had a very high social support score with 75 out of 100. But overall, we seemed that we face significant challenges with sleep quality and maintaining healthy weight, as more than 50% of our participants reported to be poor sleepers or being overweight or obese. We also noticed that a substantial proportion, around 27%, reported that they feel quite stressed. And in addition, although hazardous drinking and smoking were on the lower side of the percentages, 18 and 16%, they still represent a substantial proportion that either smoke or drink. In addition, when it comes to healthy quality of life, I'm not going to go over all the findings, so I'm going to concentrate only on the main finding, which is the first line you see there. Our participants scored 67 out of 100, with higher scores corresponding to better quality of life. The results here suggest that breast cancer survivors in Cyprus have a moderate to good quality of life, so there's still some room for improvement there. And finally, when we examine the associations between healthy lifestyles and quality of life, what we've noticed that across all the analyses we conducted, the two factors that are consistently coming out as being predictive of a decline in quality of life were high stress and low sleep quality, and those two are also linked together. Overall, if we were to draw some conclusions from this study, is that breast cancer survivors in Cyprus exhibit moderate adherence to healthy lifestyle behaviors, and there are some areas that we can definitely improve. And they generally report a moderate to good quality of life. It's imperative that we find ways of reducing stress and improving their sleep quality, as they were identified to be the most predictive factors of a declining quality of life. In addition, we should also try to focus on developing interventions that have a holistic approach in terms of healthy lifestyle behaviors, and focus on all of them rather than just focusing on improving individual ones. And some additional research is required in Cyprus in order to understand the barriers that prevent our breast cancer survivors from adopting these healthy lifestyle behaviors, as well as what might be the facilitators that can improve this adherence. And at the end, I would like to thank the University of Nicosia medical team, specifically also Professor Konstantina Konstantinou, who is in the audience, who is the PI of the project, the Bank of Cyprus Oncology Center for their help in recruiting our patients, the Cyprus University of Technology, and of course, our breast cancer survivors who were willing to give up some of their time to participate in our research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I invite you to co-create with you, Konstantinos. So, well, I have a question if the audience is not really ready with thinking yet of questions and remarks. I was thinking going further when you say more resources would be of benefit of also looking into what are the hinders, the hurdles, and so on.
At this point, it's important to do some qualitative research. Sorry, I think at this point it's important to perform some qualitative research to see exactly what are the barriers that actually prohibit the patients from adopting these lifestyle behaviors. I mean, we understand that at some point, it's not just about cancer, it's about everyday stress as well. But what specifically might be the main barrier that makes them not adopting to these lifestyle factors? That would be, scientifically speaking, the best next step to identify what the primary issues are.
And by moving forward, would you consider also doing this in co-creation with patients, to kind of design the next project? Or how do you think about that?
We have the input of some patients, and one of the next steps we are thinking of doing was actually creating some infographics with the results of the study that we can sort of circulate to all the participants of the study in order to show them, okay, what the results found, what advice we give you based on these results, and maybe discussing the next steps going forward, and design interventions together.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you. So thank you so much, and thank you for your contribution, and we continue the discussions afterwards. Thank you. So we move on to Estonia, and we will hear about the OncoFest. And the presentation is done by Tarmo Seliste. You are a co-founder of Oncologica Estonia, and the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for inviting our organizations to Nicosia. And nice to see you, Eva, here. We met, I think, in the last March in the Tallinn.
Yes.
So it's nice to see you again. So I represent NGO Oncologica. We are a community centered organization, and we are founded in the February last year. So it has been quite fast journey with 14 months when organization was founded and being here in Cyprus. So organization was founded by two cancer patients, Crystal and Pille, and soon they decided that as a young adults they need more community for for themselves and to share the experience, and from that grow the first Facebook group Oncologica. Then came the podcast that's quite popular in Estonia, and then came another person. So right now we started as a 2-3 person community, and now we are already over 4,000 persons in our Facebook group, and organizers are over 50. So it's has been quite a fast journey. And as a community, we gather people with different experience with cancers, not only those one who are patients, but also those one who are on remissions, survivors, or who are also older and younger. So we try to bring together people from different backgrounds who hasn't had the possibility to share and meet their own experiences. And in Estonia, approximately 10,000 persons every year have gotten diagnosis, and overall, people with diagnosis number is 70,000. So it's quite big number of people for a small country with 1.3 million people. And as the title of this session is experimentation, then after 3 and 4 months of founding the organization, Crystal and Pille decided that next to this podcast and Facebook group, we need also a real gathering of people. And from that desire, OncoFest came alive. And now, if it's possible to show the video of the event, the subtitles are in Estonian, but I think it doesn't disturb to get the feeling.
tere tulemast Eesti esimesele Oncofestile. See on üritus, kus saavad kokku vähidiagnoosi saanud inimesed, meie lähedased ja väga paljud teised inimesed, keda see diagnoos ja haigus on moel või teisel puudutanud. See on nädalalõpp, kus me oleme teineteisele toeks, oleme teineteise jaoks olemas, kus me saame palju uusi ja huvitavaid mõtteid ja teadmisi ja kus me tähistame elu. Siis laulaks väljendil, aaruksu head härjasar, mis nagu oleks aega vähe, tead ma mõtled selles elus. Mustnud ma teed, olgu palju näinud ja mu jalad olgu kaugel käin ja süda see olgu julgust täis, sest ja siin on ajutine, oli töö ja mul olid päevad ilu ja maa ja päevas, mu sõbrad ja mu pere oleks see vaid igadele. Siin ma teed, olgu palju näinud ja mu jalad kindlasti ja mul julgust täis, sest ja mul oli ja maa ja päevas, mis päevad saavad. Nautin palju kuumivaid ja päevi säraid, lakkunud haavu valusaid ja tunneid tundnud elusaid. Progenedes eest ma teinud haiget teistele, paanin, et kord hakkaks parem, kord on siin olnud varem. Tasalikult tagurpidi kasvanud ma läbi valu, igalt viirult targemini kustutunud elu ja noo. Tahan tulla, tahan. Et kui mina lähen, siis ma teen olgu palju näinud ja kui talad on kaugel, kindlasti ka see on tuivulkust täis, sest siin on ajud, oli töö ja nüüd oli päevad ilu ja maa ja päevas, mu sõbrad ja mu pere oleks see vaid ilu, siis ma teen olgu palju näinud ja kui talad on tuivulkust täis, sest siin on ajud, oli töö ja nüüd oli ilu ja maa ja päevas.
Kahte päeva on tõeliselt sügav tunne, mis nagu eriti meeldib, on see, et ei olnud lihtsalt kokkutulek, vaid ta oli väga sisukas kokkutulek. See kõik, mis siit saadi, keegi sai siit midagi. Kindlasti keegi sai midagi ja väga paljud tundsid nii mõnegi etteaste juures ära ennast. Ja seda on ka mina.
Väga hea tunne on, emotsionaalselt olen väga heas kohas, laetud, õnnelik, tänulik.
See siin on ajutine,
Yes, this was a 2-day event and approximately 200 people take part in it, and it was organized, and I think with 2 or 3 months. So it was quite the experimentation, and as you can see from the results, it went very well. People satisfaction rating, recommendation index, and were all very good. And we are organizing second event in this August, and we hope to now 300 people come together, and let's see what happens in the future. But I think the most important thing to learn from our experiment is that if in oncology or medical system some things take very long time, as we heard, maybe tens of years, then from the patient side, if we take action, organize, and take lead, then we can make very fast changes happen, and patients benefit from them very much. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, what an inspiration! And even though we are not familiar with all the language of Estonia, we could really get the message through anyway. And then for me, having seen some familiar faces, I can see that there were patients, there were families, there were clinicians, but also decision-making, authorities involved in this Oncofest. But how was also, I mean, one part of this was also reaching out to the society or citizens.
Yes.
How did you succeed?
I think actually it was quite simple. The demand in the society was very much to discuss and share experience about cancer. And before this Facebook group, there wasn't how to say channel where to do it. So demand was always there, but existing organizations they somehow didn't meet the expectation what was going on in the society. So through the group, podcast, and now this event, we just the expectations came just alive, and right now we are building also digital tool for patients and their close ones to bring them together, and I think that will be also successful because actually people need connections, and quite often, as you know, I think yourselves cancer patients feel very much alone. So the sharing is the most easiest thing that we can do for them. That is not like clinic from the clinical side important, but it's socially very important. Yes.
So actually looking forward much to hear about how the next Oncofest is turning out in August. Questions? Yes, in the back, please.
Hi, thank you. I do come from a cancer institute, so perspective from the clinical, but first and foremost, as Eva mentioned, I think it was an amazing thing that you've done. I'm from the northern Italy, and we'd never seen something like that, and I think should be something to be replicated everywhere around Europe. A colleague from UNET did this on that. But my question to you, because it's absolute of interest how it came across, were you apart from the Facebook group, did you involve Cancer Institute to say that to the patients that you were going to organize this? Did you make it through also local councils or the regional level? Or it was just, citizens coming together asking to do something like that through your Facebook page and your organization? Because it's something of so much of interest to learn about. So just wanted to know a little bit more on the gritty-nitty if possible. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. From the start, we have been cooperated with our hospitals and cancer network, but the movement came from the grassroots, and without the need from the people and their close ones, we wouldn't gotten so far. So this is everything coming from the below, and at the same time organizing it a little bit from the another side, support from the network hospitals and so on. So, but yes, this is and is right now a grassroots movement, and I think it will be also in the future because, as I said, the need is there. So we just fulfill it and go with the flow. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And hopefully we will have maybe many OncoFests throughout Europe. Who knows?
Yeah.
That you were the first one starting it. And I do agree. I find inspiration of thinking of the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we will hear about co-designing the National Information Platform for Cancer. And the example is from Luxembourg. And I am happy to welcome Nathalie Mentior, the communication officer from the National Institute of Cancer from Luxembourg.
Thank you. Perfect. I will just try. Okay, it's like that. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm very pleased to present you today our Luxembourg Cancer Information Portal, our national project currently under development and within the framework of the second cancer plan in Luxembourg. So this plan has many axes, and axis 3 is is dedicating to improve patient rights, training, and information. And in this axis, our mission is simple but yet ambitious. Is to make cancer information accessible, reliable, and deeply human for patients and caregivers. To achieve this major to achieve this, two major projects were imagined, and the first one aimed to improve the way cancer diagnoses are communicated in Luxembourg, and it was a project who was presented last year at the first Cancer Mission Fair. So. And the second one is to set up information portal about cancer in Luxembourg. So this project is led by the Institut National du Cancer, INC, but it's co-managed with the Luxembourg Institute of Health. And it is really important for us to work with partnership. And we work, for example, with the Ministry of Health and Social Security, but also association, hospitals, healthcare stakeholders. The main goal is to improve access to trustworthy information for patients, caregivers, loved ones, families, friends, etc. More concretely, we want to bring together resources, support communication with professionals, and involve patients in shaping the platform. They are involved in many multiple stages, and that, I think it's identifying needs, reviewing and validating the content, also giving feedback on design and user experience, and testing the platform. This is essential because it's ensure that the platform is not only informative, but also accessible, reliable, and human-centered. So we are not building a platform for the patient, but we are building it together with them. I don't know if you see a little bit, but the projects follow three main phases. The first one is to define the needs and the user journey of the platform. After that, it's the developing and validating the content with our editorial committee. And finally, building the technical part of the platform. Oh, sorry. No, it's not that. Oh, je moet scrollen en arrière. Oh my God. Okay, I get it. So for that, we organized several workshops with patients and relatives to define so the needs, the structure, and we are currently developing the content and validating the content for moving to the implementing phase. So the launch of the platform will be at the end of this year. Oh my God. Okay. The portal structures mirror the patient journey. So not really a medical taxonomy, but it's designed to as an empathic and intuitive pathway from prevention to survivorship. So you have 6 category. So the first step is like prevention, screening, symptoms, first doubt. After that, the announcement. So the moment to understand the diagnosis, but also to talk with professional and to make the first decision, care and support with practical information during the treatment, recovery, rehabilitations, medical follow-ups, return to life and work. Moving forward, it's more like for the relapse, the palliative care, or the end life support. And relatives, it's a category for carers, families, friends, co-worker, colleagues, all that. And there is also a toolkit with practical tools like glossary, some FAQ, some patient's rights, the name of the association, etc. So our project is linked to the UOC project, the European Cancer Information Portal. So both initiatives share common goals and DNA with complementary mission, while EOCIP will provide disease-specific European-level content harmonized and medically validated. Our national platform will offer localized contextual guidance in Luxembourg for patients. Both platforms are building around the same vision, improving health literacy, reducing inequalities, and empowering patients and families. So to conclude, this project is more than creating a website. It's about patient and their family to reflect their reality. So because when information is clear, accessible, and human, it can really support patients throughout the journey. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Natalie. So this platform will be launched in the end of 26. Yes. Okay. Congratulations for the work and thank you for your presentation. And I was thinking, what do you think will be? I was thinking of the hurdles of having access or
patients using this, is it also combined with their own personal data that they can use here, or is it only kind of more generic information?
Yeah, for now it's more generic. It's really to have the global view. You know, like when people how to say, they discover the cancer, they say, okay, it's a long time to have the result before then the diagnosis, and after that all information and decision is really quick to arrive. So it's more to have a global view, but every user can also go to the website and take the part that reflect their own journey, because it's not not all patient have the same journey, you know. So it's more general, but for the long term, the durability of the platform, of course, we go further with the information.
Development.
But
Yes, yes,
yeah,
thank you.
it's a first draft.
Question over there, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I was wondering if the information in the portal will be only, I don't know, in this case in French, or if you will have it adapted to several languages, also to different cultural needs, and in terms of accessibility, different types of formats. So I don't know if you could give a brief oversight of that.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So first of all, it will available in French, English, and Deutsch, German. And after that, we will develop in Portuguese and Luxembourgish, because there is a lot of multicultural people in our country. And for the accessibility, we will also have a button for the accessibility for example, I don't know, dyslexic people or something like that. So yeah, we will follow the European directive about accessibility.
Okay, thank you so much. And while you take your seat, maybe the audience also would like to stand up, because this is a long session. So take the opportunity to stand up, and I will welcome the next speaker to the stage. And that is Karina Dantas. And you will present TRACE, the Bridging Cancer Research and Real-World Impact Through Co-Creation and Community Engagements. And Karina, you are the CEO of Shine to Europe.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, getting up was really good because I already had to go a bit round as
Yes.
well. So feel free to kind of go around if you need. It's okay. We can still kind of make this a smaller discussion because we all need to wake up after lunch and it's a long time sitting. So today, well, let me pass. I'm actually going back to a keyword from the opening session, which was implementation. Maybe you remember it, and I think from all of the sessions so far. I don't know if you know this expression that the devil lies in the details. I think it exists in most languages. Well, implementation is all about details. So maybe I can say that the TRACE consortium is actually fighting the devil. And I think we will be a little bit like that. Because what we want to do is to try to understand how to translate research into action in cancer ecosystems. And well, this is an Horizon project. I won't keep that much time here. It's coordinated by the Nova National School of Public Health. Our colleagues are here somewhere. Yes, in the back. And we are actually aiming for, let's say, a very focused project on 3 countries. I don't know, are we having people here? Well, from Portugal, I think we do, but from Poland, from Serbia? No? Oh, I was hoping to have some engagement as well. Well, maybe you can spread the word. The idea is actually that in these countries, of course, a lot exists, like in all of our countries. But very often we have amazing research that actually doesn't reach, for example, the patients. I'm myself a former cancer patient. now we say people with lived experience. I actually like survivor because it's like you fought something and you are doing well. But that's a side talk. But the truth is that when you go to cancer care, I mean, I work on research as well. I see amazing things. And then I go to the hospitals and they are often not there. And we try to understand why and how can we actually make this bridge. And indeed, it's a long process. But what are the main aims? Well, these are not all of the aims, but I tried to push some here based on this speech session, which was about participation and patient engagement. So, what do we want to address? One, try to reach for these underserved populations or the people who are more away from care. And this was a bit the reason why I was asking the previous speaker about this on the Luxembourg portal. We also want to ensure that we can actually have some real world testing. And this happens in different places, in different hospitals, but we will try to push as much as possible to have living labs that actually last in time, because this is difficult, and to have citizen science and awareness campaigns that are happening throughout the project. And with all of this, we do hope to promote a bit of more transdisciplinary collaboration. So in the beginning, at the proposal, we talked about the quadruple helix, but I will update this in a bit. So we have this different layered collaboration in TRACE. We actually engaged from the beginning also with ECHOS, and Ugo is our chair of the transnational stakeholder group, because the idea is that, of course, each ecosystem needs to work by themselves, but then we want cross-fertilization and a transversal international collaboration to happen. And this is obvious and needed for us to kind of try to comply to the Mission Cancer ambitious objectives, and also to synergize with the relevant existing structures. And national cancer hubs are very important here. So this is why we actually changed from our quadruple helix collaboration that we had initial to the pentahelix, and we adopted the ECHOS approach on this, because we do think it makes sense. So in all of the things we are trying to do in building the ecosystem in these 3 countries and trying to promote the implementation of the activities of the project throughout, we are really trying to comply with having the full helix of stakeholders together. Again, with a lot of help from the existing national cancer hubs, with a lot of synergies with the existing projects. But we all need to work together to do something, and we hope to do that as well. So today I would just kind of pitch a little bit about having the living labs and the citizen science initiatives. Because as said, and here we had a lot of different presentations about this today, well, we have maybe 2 main points that we need to address. One is not only how to establish a living lab, but to ensure that it will actually continue. And after this session, I take the chance to already say this, in the workshop room, where I hope some of you will join us, we'll actually discuss a little bit of this on where is the right place to have a living lab? Is it in a hospital, in an association? Should it be on a university? How do we promote something that will actually last through time and people will be able to go there? Because, for example, right now I work quite a lot. I have children, etc., etc. How can I also take time to go to a living lab if I'm no longer on the care continuum? So how can we actually make people be part of these structures and contribute? And not just go there once, but kind of create a community around this. This is one thing that we will need to address. And the second is about citizen science. And I go back to a discussion that we are actually having on a previous event where we were trying to understand how to translate science to citizens, how to explain science. And my big question is the opposite, is not how to make things easy for lay people to understand, but how can we actually explain better the research and the science? And this was also addressed in the beginning of this session, so that people also understand what is trustworthy information, what is validated information. I mean, we all know one of the big issues now is that we have so much distorted information throughout that this hinders a lot of this hinders a lot of issues around the care continuum, either because of medication or because of screening or whatever. People tend to accept a number of things that are actually not true. And this is very often due because it is difficult for a normal citizen to assess what is actually validated or not. Even professionals discuss about this and they don't have consensus. So how can we tackle this, and how can we make citizen science also about having citizens who can be a bit more scientists and assess this? So closer to the end, because I know we should have a pitch only, we are trying to address this on different points of the care continuum and go through the different aspects. We identified a number of key events, so we are going throughout these key events in life. And for this, we will try then to push forward reliable information, access to different stakeholders, making different stakeholders collaborate and implement initiatives on this. So patient navigation on the left is one of the key aspects. We need to explain people in a simple way how to navigate the system. This is really one of the main issues we hear from patients, is that they need to understand how to navigate the system. And training, we'll have training, not only for patients, but also for patients' associations, for physicians, nurses, other healthcare professionals, trying to bridge the gap between communication with citizens, with patients, between each other, between the industry, etc., etc., etc. And of course, a key point as well will be to develop a lot of information that is, let's say, more inclusive. For example, we are now debating actually with ICIV and ECOS the possibility of doing a cultural adaptation of a number of materials, because, for example, in Portugal, it's very relevant to have it adapted to Brazilian or to African immigrants, even if they speak Portuguese. But the culture is completely different, and we need to adjust the information that we provide. And then, well, I already talked about living labs. We will also try, of course, to bring the voices of the communities. And all of this will be kind of powered up via an AI-enabled platform that we hope will bring all of the information together and make it more easy to reach for everyone. So a final note to say, to connect with the industry, which is often very difficult as well, we will have this open call. I take the chance to promote it here. It's not open yet, but soon to be. But the truth is that each ecosystem will have the possibility of implementing these 5 projects. And they can be from the industry indeed, but also from patients' associations or from community organizations that can tell us what do they think is key to enhance cancer care in that ecosystem, and hopefully we can give some funding to make this true. So again, join us at the workshop, not here, at the workshop, other room after this, and we can tell you more. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karina. So, do you find any, as this is carried out in 3 different countries, do you find a lot of similarities, or is there more diverse findings, or
Well, it's actually a mix of both, I should say, in a sense. Well, we structure the project with Poland and Serbia as well, because there are a lot of similarities, also cultural and even in the terms of the how the system is built, etc., with Portugal. So it's not that disconnected, and we can have a lot of similarities as we understand as the project evolves. But at the same time, for example, Serbia doesn't have a national cancer hub. We are actually discussing this now in the project, while, as you may know, the Portuguese one was already very well established. So this also creates this possibility of learning from each other. Even the consortium is built to have the different stakeholders distributed through the country. So we are kind of trying to find the similarities and the things that we can learn from each other to further collaborate.
Thank you. Very interesting. Anyone from the audience? So then we know that we can move on to the workshop later and find out more. Thank you so much, Kat.
Thank you.
So, from patient's voice to system change, we will have a presentation from Ireland. And welcome, Miriam Staunton. You are the chair of UCAN Ireland. That stands for United Cancer Advocates Network. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, hi everyone, I'm Miriam Staunton. I'm a mother, an engineer, a triathlete, and a stage 4 cancer survivor. I don't lead with this for sympathy. I lead with it because it explains everything I do in advocacy. What I lead with is data, with determination, and with a clear understanding of what's really at stake. In 2018, I was 45. I was diagnosed with stage 3 melanoma of unknown primary. There was a systemic treatment that could have helped me, but in Ireland, it wasn't approved for reimbursement at stage 3. So I waited, and as I waited, my cancer progressed to stage 4. Ironically, now I was sick enough to access the treatment that I needed. Approval finally came for stage 3 melanoma later, 3 years later, actually, in 2021. My story is Ireland's story. Despite being one of Europe's wealthiest nations and home to some of its largest pharmaceutical companies, Irish cancer patients face a delay of 644 days on average, with just 1 in 4 of the latest oncology treatments available. We're the last in Western Europe, and that's the system that I came up against, and it's the system that UCAN was built to change. Ireland is among the largest exporter of pharma in the EU. Indeed, in 2025, we led with exports of €139 billion, and yet Irish patients can't access that treatment. We sometimes call this the famine of modern times. What I noticed working in this space, that Ireland has no shortage of committed patient advocates, but we were all working in isolation, showing up at the same events, sharing the same frustrations, but returning home to our own silos. In late 2024, a number of us decided that this had to end. We spent 6 months in active discussion online and eventually aligned around a shared set of principles. We would be credible, we'd be data-driven and solution-focused to deliver change in systemic issues that cut across the total cancer space and not just in one disease area. We decided to work within the system to create change and not protest from the outside. We launched UCAN in April 2025, Stronger Together, a unified voice for Irish cancer patients. What happened next surprised even us. We led with the issue of access to innovative medicines, which was our number one priority, and we used a two-pronged approach. Patient stories paired with hard data to raise public awareness, and engagement with policymakers enabled by that public pressure. Because data without humanity doesn't move people, and stories without evidence don't change systems, but together they did both. Within months, we had secured significant broadcast and print media coverage, which brought the reimbursement crisis into public view in a way it hadn't been before. And in August 2025, less than 6 months after we launched, we sat down face-to-face with the Health Minister and raised the issue of reforming the reimbursement system, and additionally, the introduction of early access, a mechanism to bridge the gap between EMA approval and reimbursement in areas of serious clinical unmet need. That combination of public pressure, media visibility, and stakeholder engagement helped contribute to something concrete: a new framework agreement between the state and the pharmaceutical industry, with commitments on improving timelines and increasing transparency in the reimbursement process. We're under no illusions. We know that this framework is just a beginning, but it's a real tangible step forward, achieved in under a year. But our agenda doesn't stop there. There's still so much work to do. We will hold both parties accountable to the commitments in that framework. Accountability isn't optional, and early access remains an unfinished business. It's been acknowledged in principle, but not yet operational, so we'll keep pushing. And beyond medicines access, UCAN is turning its attention to other pillars of cancer care that Ireland needs to get right: the development of our next cancer strategy, the expansion of cancer screening programs, and the long overdue implementation of electronic health records, because you cannot deliver modern cancer care on a paper-based system. And the timing of all this matters. We're here in Cyprus, whose presidency has kept the cancer mission at the heart of the European agenda, and Ireland will take up the EU presidency in July, and with it comes both a responsibility and an opportunity, as one small nation hands to another on either extremity of our union. Ireland does not yet have a cancer mission hub, and that needs to change, not just as a symbol, but as a delivery infrastructure for our new national cancer strategy. And as Ireland steps into the presidency, the European Biotech Act will be a central focus. This isn't a coincidence that we should let pass. Accelerating patient access to innovative medicine, reducing reimbursement delays, and enabling early access are precisely the outcomes a well-designed Biotech Act can support. We're asking Irish decision makers to connect those dots, the Mission Hub, the Cancer Strategy, and the Biotech Act, and to use this moment of European influence to lead on an issue where Ireland frankly has significant ground to make up. Every day of delay is not a statistic. It's somebody's treatment window closing. And I know, because I was that person, you can exist to change this. Dedicated to two of our founding members, Niamh Conroy and James Hastings, who died within days of each other last November, leaving behind two heartbroken families. We carry their voices with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Miriam. And what a feeling you bring into the room, both with the energy that you pushed through what you decided not so long ago. So, and also by also remembering us why we are all here. Thank you. If you would choose one success factor and one challenge throughout the process, what would it be?
I think the success factor, I think what's key to drive change is public pressure. And cancer is a very complicated disease. And to be able to simply communicate issues to the general public, that pressure really drives policy change. So I think it's really, really important to clearly communicate issues to the general public.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So really engaging the citizens.
Yes.
Yeah. And a challenge that you maybe didn't foresee.
So I think it's very difficult to change large organizations. So our health service is 250,000 people in it. So a massive organization. So change can be frustratingly slow. I think that's the big challenge is managing expectations about the pace of change.
Thank you. The audience? We have one here in the front.
Thank you very much for your very inspiring talk. And so you're a triathlete and you're a survivor. You have a lot of energy. But I think what is very important in what you mentioned, that you do that for the one that do not have this energy. Because not a lot of people like you have this energy to move. And that's terrible that when the treatment is existing, that we cannot have access to it. And I think it should be a real mission of the Cancer Mission Hub, not only at national level, not only at European level, but probably at international level.
Yeah.
That's why thank you very much.
I agree so strongly with you. I think it's so important. Innovation without access to that innovation is pointless. Patients must get access to it.
Exactly. And also, like you mentioned also this morning, sharing data, you see, because for innovation, you see, for the research, we need the data. And without the research, there is no innovation in treatment. So I think it's very important to link both, and not only for the financial economy of pharmaceutical company. It has to be really, we have to humanize it.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for these last words, and thank you for your contribution, Miriam. So now we have a presentation from Europa Donna, and I will call to the stage Stella Mastora, the president of Europa Donna, and also Dominika Kormanova,
welcome, that is a board member, and you will talk about bridging the gap from available screening to used screening.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Stella Mastora, and here is Dominika Kormanova. Screening widely available across Europe. Across Europe, millions of people are eligible for preventive screening programs. Yet, participation remains far from optimal. Significant non-attendance rates persist, meaning that many individuals who could benefit from early detection never engage with available services. As a result, preventable late diagnosis still occur, placing unnecessary strain on both patients and healthcare systems. The real challenge in Europe today is no longer the provision of screening itself, but ensuring meaningful uptake and equitable access so that all populations, especially the most vulnerable, are not just invited to screening, but actually reached and included. Screening only works if people participate. Screening matters because it shifts healthcare from reacting to disease toward preventing its most serious consequences. By enabling early detection, screening identifies conditions at stages when they are far more treatable, significantly increasing survival rates. This earlier intervention also reduces treatment costs as managing disease in its initial stage is typically less complex and resource intensive than treating advanced conditions. Beyond clinical and economic benefits, screening improves quality of life by minimizing the need for aggressive treatments, reducing complications, and allowing individuals to maintain their daily functioning and well-being for longer. This article presents an overview of European Union statistics related to cancer screening rates for breast cancer, cervical cancer, and colorectal cancer. Related articles on cancer statistics and statistics on specific cancers provide an overview of statistics related to cancers in general and more detailed information on a selection of specific cancers. In many Scandinavian countries, participation is high because screening is built into a strong proactive system. Individuals are automatically invited through centralized registries, often with pre-booked appointments and reminders. Primary care is well integrated, so GPs actively encourage participation as there is generally high trust in public institutions. In contrast, in countries like Cyprus, the issue is rarely a lack of screening availability, but rather weaker uptake mechanisms. Systems may rely more on individuals to take initiative rather than on organized call-recall programs. There can be gaps in coordination between services, fewer systemic reminders, and less consistent engagement from primary care. Cultural factors also play a role. Fear, stigma, or lower awareness about prevention can reduce the participation. Structural barriers such as time constraints, access issues, or less target outreach to vulnerable groups further widen the gap.
Thank you, Stella. Good afternoon. So we've heard that screening is available across Europe, but availability alone does not save lives. But we often focus on systems, programs, and capacity, but the real gap is not in infrastructure. It is in the moment when a woman receives an invitation and decides whether to go or not. The decision is influenced by trust, fear, experience, and how the system speaks to her. A woman, 52 years old, exactly the age when she was invited for screening. She had no symptoms, she felt healthy, she received the invitation, and she postponed it. Not because she didn't care, but because life felt more urgent. Work, family, responsibilities. So she didn't go. 2 years later, she was diagnosed with advanced breast cancer. And this is the reality we still see across Europe. Screening was available, but it was not used. Some of us were lucky. We came in time. We were diagnosed early. We had a chance. But the real question is, will other women come in time too? Will awareness and real stories alone be enough to change this? Or do we need something more? Because this is not only about individual responsibility. It is how systems are building trust, how we communicate, and whether women feel safe to participate. Every missed screening is a missed chance to save a life. So the question is not what women are doing wrong. The question is, what are we, all of us, going to do differently so that time these women will come? Thank you.
So, the obvious question is yes, what do we need to do?
I think we have to do more awareness to the people and to ask as a petition from all governments to have equal access to these screening programs. There are countries that they are in Europe and they do not have screening program. So we have to have this petition.
Exactly. So there are actually interventions and actions on many levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, both on an individual level, but as you say, it's not only the individual's response; it's also what is happening in that specific member state about how if screening is something organized or
Yes,
not.
and we have not to have the geographical discrimination. So all the people, even people who live in rural areas, to be able to attend to screening programs.
I think we all agree, and we can also see that the National Cancer Mission hubs really could be a way of facilitating this force of and the change that is needed. Did I see a hand? Yes, we have a hand there.
Question for Dominica about your country. Is there equity to access the screening? First, second, how many of invited really use the screening? And last one, are you engaged only in breast cancer, or in presentation there was given also some other types of cancer? What about that in your country specifically?
Okay, if we are talking about Slovakia, this presentation was only about breast cancer. In Slovakia, only like 20% are going to screening. Access to screening institution is not so well distributed in the whole country. But if we are talking about traveling to have screening like 1 hour by car, I don't see it like an issue. But I'm sure I should also confirm that yes, there is a chance to have better infrastructure on national level, but at the same time, I think if there is a screening like once per every 2 years, you have still chance to travel like less than 1 hour.
Okay. Thank you. So it's very important work, and thank you for your contribution to this pitch session. So now we are approaching the end. Yes, please applause. Thank you so much. So the last part of this session is presented by Fredrik Döberl, and welcome to this stage. You will talk about how to go from trial to training floor, a patient-led implementation of ADT, train across Swedish cities. And you are representing the Prostate Cancer Association in Sweden. Warmly welcome.
Yes, thank you. As a Swedish person, I will try to. I'm very stressed. We're over time. It's very unusual in Sweden to have meetings running over time and so on. First of all, I'm very happy to be here to be able to present this. Here's a picture of me. Usually, the healthcare system, they only see the thing down here, stage 4, chronic cancer, prostate, and so on. But the other pictures is actually who I am, and I think this is the key of my speech here, is that we're not only patients, we're also people who can make really a big difference in terms of helping our co-patients and so on. Prostate cancer it's easy to sort of break it and so on. You have androgen deprivation therapy. So as the headline says, it saves lives and disables them. Over time, it's about 20,000 men at all time who has this therapy in Sweden. It's very toxic, but you survive. And the key thing to sort of address this is physical exercise. This is proven all over since the 90s even. But when you look at what actually kind of physical exercise the healthcare system provides, it doesn't really fit. It's not enough resistance training, and the sort of part where you get your pulse up is not intense enough. So what happened here is that I and another group of patients, we participated in a study at combined with Karolinska Institutet and the Physical Education University. And then we talked about with the researcher in charge. He said, well, this will take years before this program that we've proven to work before it actually comes out in the healthcare system. And we as a group felt this is not okay. So what we did, we actually built the pathway ourselves, how to go from years to actually doing it immediately. So I think this is the key. You should not only look at patients as advisors. We can also be operators doing things. So we recruited more people to be part of this group. We negotiated with a local physiotherapy firm. I told them that, look, there's a market of 3,000 to 4,000 men in the Stockholm region who can actually buy this service from you. And he was very convinced on, yes, I will start this. We also adapted the research training program to fit the ecology outside of GEH much better. And we built a concept we called Pro Can Move, prostate cancer can move. And we also started to scale this up. And we had sort of 5 things that made this work. It's basically the patient organization, academia, clinics that we involved, the Stockholm region, and also one of the suppliers of the specific things that we used at GEH. And this is the result. And so 85% of all of us attended all 44 sessions. And when I talk to persons in charge in hospital, they say we set up this thing with four sessions. Half of the patients don't show up after the 3rd time. So we felt that this is extremely successful in that context. So we're about 10 to 12 per group right now. We think that's a good thing. And we haven't had any formal dropouts. Of course, people didn't show up because of their traveling and so on. So what we're doing now is that we're actually trying to scale this up. And we're doing this through the Prostate Cancer Federation in Sweden. So we have a pathway built in Stockholm, where the idea is that you spend only a few weeks at the oncology clinic. And then if it's possible, of course, due to your sickness and so on, you go forward to a physiotherapist. And there you can be there for maybe for 20 or 30 times to actually change being nudged into doing this exercise. If you haven't done it before, it's very strenuous and takes lots of energy, and yet get used to this. And then we have our concept ProCam Move, which is driven by a patient organization. So after being a physiotherapist, you can be at ProCam Move as long as your treatment goes on. So for everyone that medium and high risk with local disease is about 2-3 years, and for us with the chronic disease is for the rest of the life. So really, when we prepared these slides, me and my colleagues, we said that we think this model is we can transfer it to other contexts. We think that this is not only connected to prostate cancer. We have a collaboration with Breast Cancer Association in Stockholm. And we also think this thing of involving civil society is very important. And as I said, seeing patient and patient organizations as actives, not being the sort of the passive advisor or someone that's being treated. So my ask to you here is that if you represent a patient organization and would be interesting to sort of collaborate and co-create this further, come to me. If you have some ideas of how to get funding for this, because money is always needed, I'm also interested to hear that. And if any one of you have done anything similar, so let's share sort of the playbooks. How do you get the cities involved? How do you get the physiotherapists involved, and so on? Okay, that was if you had any questions about the training. So I'm actually ready for questions now, Eva. So
Well,
keeping time.
Thank you. Perfect delivery, and thank you so much, Fredrik. And well, I do have a lot of questions to you, but I will not take them now because we also have the opportunity to co-create at Karolinska. I'm very happy for your also involvement in pushing us forward at the Comprehensive Cancer Center. But one thing I would like to ask you is, what is the success factor? Because it sounds like a success story, what you're telling us.
Yeah, I think the success factor lies in the first picture I showed, that we as patients are more than patients. We are engineers, we are in the military, we are management persons and so on. We have families and so on. And that was one success factor. And I think the second success factor is creating these patient groups, that we really trust the other patients and so on. I think that was one of the key factors for us.
And as you told me before when we were talking in the lunch break, you said you also during these training sessions there is of course this social environment where you can also talk about life, but also the disease and treatment.
Absolutely.
Also.
For those of you that have cancer and the first time when you have cancer and you meet other cancer patients, every cancer patient remembers that point in time, because suddenly you talk to people who understand what you're going through. It doesn't have to be the same kind of cancer. And so if you get this group shaped and formed in a good way, then I think that's the critical success factors to have this high attendance as we had.
Thank you, Fredrik. And to all of you, thank you so much for bearing with us that we also took some time from your coffee break. By that, of course, find Fredrik. He's tall. You will see him out there in the coffee break. Have your questions and answer his questions. I leave the floor to you, Hugo.
Thank you, Eva. And Fredrik, I will ask you some questions, even though I'm not part of any of those groups, but I'm quite curious about this exercise that you have set up. So before the coffee break, just a couple of messages. Don't forget to check the exhibition area. Once again, art galleries, exhibition, showcases, and you have the patient testimonials where you can leave your message of hope to share with them. After the break, in this room, there will be a session focusing on working across the pentahelix. So we have heard about the pentahelix today, about cross-sectorial collaboration. How can we implement this into practice? This will be in this room and followed by a panel discussion. On the other side, an alternative to this is a workshop also focusing on stakeholders. Karine has already alluded to it. Now you know I'm biased towards this project, so I highly recommend that you go. I think it will be very interesting, building personas, discussing ethics, discussing digital areas, digital aspects. So once again, I invite you to now have a break, relax, energize, come back here or visit the workshops. Thank you very much. Cancer Mission Fair. I see that a lot of people decided to join the workshop, the interactive workshop in the other room. So, which is a very good news. Unfortunately, this leaves some empty spaces here that I hope that in the meantime people will be joining as well. We know this is quite dynamic. That doesn't mean anything about the quality of this session. I know the part of the content. So I'm very, very interested to hear from Evan. So introducing the next speaker about co-designing with patients, mission-oriented leadership, and pentahelix collaboration. The examples and lessons learned from the Swedish ecosystem by Ebba Waldhut, from the senior advisor from Stockholm School of Economics. Ebba, it's a pleasure to have you on stage. You know, as a friend, this is always, always a pleasure. So, Eva, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And let me start by thanking the organizers, our ECOS team, the coordination team at ICIB in Portugal, and my dear friends and colleagues at the Karolinska University Hospital. Thank you for putting up an amazing cancer mission fair here in Cyprus. Really, really excited day. So much that I'm taking from this day, and I'm trying now to sort my own thoughts to come back to what I was supposed to talk about. So, I work as a senior policy advisor at Stockholm School of Economics in Sweden, and I'm also what we could call a mission manager. I've been part of managing a Swedish mission hub or innovation ecosystem the last 6 years, and I'm going to share some of those learnings. And I think today it is about learning across systems so we can act faster together. I think we talked about acting, the speed, and I just came out from a workshop with Christian Besson, who gave the keynote this morning, and we talked about the importance of coherent actions. And let me start with a simple observation. Healthcare systems across Europe are not failing because of lack of knowledge. They are struggling because of lack of alignment. We have a lot of innovation, we have data, we have research, we have technology, and yet too often these innovations, they don't reach patients in time or at all. So today I want to focus on something different, not on what we innovate, but how we organize ourselves to make innovation actually happen to those that matter most. And I'm also very, very proud to say that thanks to this innovation ecosystem Vision Zero Cancer in Sweden, and thanks to the Coordinated Support Action ECOS that I've been part of since its creation, we also in Sweden launched a National Cancer Mission Hub last week. So I would just like to start up with that and then I'll come back to the journey behind it. And now I remember it's me too, actually. I have to move. So Just 1 week ago, today, I stood in Stockholm City Hall for the launch of SweCan, Sweden's National Cancer Mission Hub, coordinated by the National Board of Health and Welfare. And I was part of giving a speech, and I said, this moment represents something much bigger, a journey, a belief, and a way of leading that at times felt uncertain, but always purposeful. So today I want to share the story behind that moment as a leadership journey, a story about how a small visionary initiative grew into a national and European movement for system change in cancer care. As Saint Augustine said, the world is a book, and he who stays at home reads only the first page. This quote has always reminded me of curiosity and movement. Leadership, just like travel, requires us to leave the familiar. Each experience offers a new page, and the story only unfolds if we are willing to explore. My own professional path has crossed sectors, countries, and disciplines. It has taught me that real change happens at the intersection, where boundaries blur and collaboration becomes essential. And Vision Zero Cancer emerged from that same spirit, working across systems to achieve something that no single actor could do alone. When we co-created Vision Zero Cancer back in 2019, we didn't start with a perfect plan. We started with a shared vision to eliminate cancer as a cause of death and to enable more people to live longer and better lives. And we posed one guiding question. How do we align to accelerate the implementation of research and innovation so that it actually reaches patients? But to get there, we needed to do something fundamentally different, not another project, but a movement. And that meant stepping into complexity. And I think we all can agree on that the core challenge is complexity, because cancer is not just a disease, it's what we call a wicked problem. It's complex, systemic, and interdependent. And we all know, and we talk about that a lot within this mission-driven community, that no single actor can solve it alone. So the real challenge is not invention and innovation, it is coordination. And that requires a fundamental shift in how we think about leadership. Leadership today is not about hierarchy, it's about orchestration. It means aligning diverse actors, building trust across sectors and disciplines, and creating direction without control. And from Vision Zero Cancer, one lesson stands out. You don't lead by owning the resources, you lead by mobilizing purpose. You need to lead to others to take act. And that is uncomfortable because it means acting without full certainty, moving without a complete map, and leading without formal authority. And this ancient phrase, used by sailors, navigare necesses, or to navigate is necessary, became a metaphor for our leadership journey. And you need to navigate even when the map is unclear. In system change, we often don't know exactly where we will end up. The key is to keep moving, to keep learning, and to adjust course based on what we discover. So when we talk about learning, to iterate, it's about this journey. So I think mission-driven leadership is not about predicting the future, but about staying in motion with purpose and direction. And that we learned means, among other things, that you need to step out of your comfort zone. You need to dare to partner. You have to bring in new people and perspectives, be curious, and be prepared to learn. Vision Zero Cancer started as part of a Swedish innovation program called Vision Driven Health. The idea was to build long-term ecosystems that could address complex societal challenges, not through one project or one organization, but through coordinated innovation across an entire system. And so the name Vision Zero comes from Sweden's approach to traffic safety, the belief that no one should die unnecessarily. And we apply that same philosophy to cancer. And so our goal was really to build a movement that could align policy, research, and practice around one clear vision. And the key for us was this: we did not start with structures, we started with purpose. And we asked ourselves, who needs to be part of this? What do they care about? And how do we align around a shared mission? We chose to begin with lung cancer, not because we lacked innovation, but because innovation wasn't reaching patients fast enough, or we didn't even try certain things. And we saw both the challenges, but also a lot of opportunities with emerging new technologies, treatments, early detection through screening programs, etc. So together with the National Cancer Coordinator at the time, Professor Hans Hägglund, we built what we call a pentahelix collaboration, together then with healthcare, academia, industry, policy, and patients. Coalition of the willing, with an aligned purpose. And we decided to define our values together. How would we actually move this coalition? We didn't start by writing a list of values. We actually defined them together through action and through also in a design-driven workshops. And for us, courage means daring to take the first step without guarantees. Trust means giving others respect and space to act, even when you would have done it differently yourself. And handlingskraft, the Swedish word for empowerment or power to act, captures our belief that leadership is distributed. Everyone, regardless of role, should feel authorized to take initiative within a shared mission. So together, they form the foundation for our living governance model. When we talk about governance, we often think of structures, committees, policies, but the most powerful form of governance happens through culture, through the shared beliefs and values that guide decisions in the absence of rules. And in innovation systems like Vision Zero Cancer, we learned that when trust is high, governance can be light. We adapted principles from the Agile Manifesto on trust over control, for instance. So the real control mechanism for us became shared purpose and peer accountability. And of course, guidance on certain things as well, in clear rules. But it was really a governance model that we would say principle-based rather than rule-based. We agreed on this shared set of values, but also on principles and transparency, learning, inclusion, and courage, and use them to make decisions. And we think that when values are lived collectively, they replace the need for constant top-down control, and culture becomes the real governance tool. To support this, we developed a set of leadership principles, because real change does not happen through structures alone, it happens through people. One of the most important shifts that we made in our Swedish culture and setting was a shift from consensus to consent. Consensus means waiting until everyone agrees, and by then, often momentum is lost. So consent means we move forward unless there is a strong objection. It creates speed without losing inclusion. And the goal is not perfect alignment, but shared commitment to learn and to adapt. And as we all say, no impact without implementation. Research, innovations, they must reach those who need it, the citizens, the patients. And we think that impact happens when learning is embedded in care, not just published. Ideas are not the challenge, implementation is. And this is where collaboration becomes real, bridging policy, research, and practice. But collaboration alone is not enough. What we need is system readiness, where innovation can be tested, adopted, and scaled, because clinical innovation alone is not enough. And one example is, of course, precision cancer medicine. It can only be equitable when systems are ready to deliver it, when infrastructure, people, policy, and data work together. And that requires a different way of working, not isolated projects, but connected portfolios of interventions, where each initiative contributes to one shared outcome, system readiness. So that is, I think, how we move from innovation to implementation to impact. The Vision Zero cancer culture, built on trust and a shared mission, also made it possible to build something more concrete. And together with the Swedish infrastructure, Genomic Medicine Sweden, and the Research Infrastructure Science for Life Laboratory, which is a collaboration between our research infrastructures and universities, we created what we call a system demonstrator, Testbed Sweden Precision Health Cancer, not as another national project, but as a national system demonstrator, where we work together in the reality of cancer care, patients, healthcare professionals, academia, industry, and authorities. And it was in that environment that something important could emerge. The FOCUS trial, Sweden's first national platform study in precision oncology that we designed together with patients, not only to advance science, but to ensure more equal access to advanced diagnostics and treatments, and to focus on outcomes that actually matter to patients. So part of designing protocols, consent forms, practicalities, and being embedded in the governance structure, being trained and educated to participate as partners in steering committees, etc., to make sure that it will be meaningful outcomes. So that is one of the examples I wanted to share. So from co-design then to decisions. This ecosystem was not built for patients. It was built with patients and citizens. And this is where co-design becomes real. Not as consultations, but as participation in shaping solutions. Because we often say we involve patients. But involvement is not enough. And that we've discussed here today a lot. The real question is, when does co-design actually change decisions? Because too often patients are consulted, but not structurally integrated. And what we learned is simple, but very demanding. Co-design only works when it is embedded in governance. So patients must be part of decision-making, prioritization, and evaluation. Because system transformation does not start with technology or policy. It starts with people, with shared purpose, and with trust. And over time, we've seen a pattern emerge. Change does not happen all at once, as we all know. It builds over time. Coalition of the willing creates the shared principles. Shared principles will enable experimentation. And learning from failures, but also successful experiments, they can become institutionalized practices. And that, I think, is how we move from pilots to systems. So, standing here today, I feel incredibly proud. Proud that Vinnova-funded IDEA, a living lab for mission-driven innovation, has contributed, together with ECHOS, to a government decision to establish SweCan, Sweden's Cancer Mission Hub. This is not just a milestone. It is a testimony to what is possible when trust-based collaboration meets persistence, research, and a shared purpose. So as SweCan now takes shape, I feel both proud and deeply hopeful, because this is exactly what we all set out to do, to move from vision and purpose to a new model of governance, a structure, we could say, from prototype national and hopefully also European capabilities, and from many voices to a shared direction. And to bridge over to a panel that will start in a moment, I just want to share a few leadership lessons learned. Purpose aligns, trust enables, principles guide, portfolios scale, and nothing matters without implementation. So the question is no longer whether we need collaboration. We all agree on that. The real question is, how do we actually move from pilots to systems? Because if we're honest, Europe is not short of initiatives. We are very good at starting things. We are less good at making them last and making them scale. At the core is a simple mismatch. We innovate in projects, but we implement in systems, and those still don't connect. So I think the shift is clear, and I think we here as mission hubs are also part of that engine to drive that change. We need to move from project logic to system logic, designed for implementation from the start, not at the end. Because in the end, if co-design doesn't change decision, it doesn't change outcomes. So some of the real questions that we can discuss are, what is blocking scaling? When does the pentahelix actually work? And when does co-design move from intentions to decisions? Because the cancer mission will not be judged by what we say and what we write, but what reaches patients in a time to really make a difference, to matter. And I think this is really where our cancer mission hubs come in, not as another layer, but where alignment happens, where implementation is owned, and where co-decision really becomes a reality. And if the hubs get it right, then they become really the bridge between innovation and implementation. And this is exactly what our upcoming panel is about, how we move from talking to delivering. Thank you. There's always a lighthouse, remember that, even though it's uncertain times when you navigate. Somewhere you will always find a lighthouse. See each other as lighthouse as well. And now inviting one of my dear colleagues in Sweden, Jonas Wikman, CEO and founder of Victory Advice, a long-standing track record in policy and also working in the government and also within the pharmaceutical industry. And you're also one of our policy experts in Trustbed Sweden, because it's always bringing in the people who know something about something that you need to develop. So happy that you also join us here and will guide us through a panel discussion.
Thank
So
you.
I hand over to you now.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all here. We've heard the keynote on mission-oriented leadership. We've heard about co-design and cross-sector collaboration, and a few really inspiring examples from Sweden. I'm Swedish, so I'm
biased,
but still it's true. But the key question remains, how do we go from co-design and projects to actual change of the cancer care within Europe? That is the theme for the coming discussion in the panel. And together with Ebba Hallesjö-Hult, we will also invite Anastasia Konstantinidou, Associate Professor of Oncology, Medical School, University of Cyprus, Bank of Cyprus Oncology Center, Cyprus Cancer Research Institute. That is a very long description. We continue with Ebba Hallesjö-Hult. I think you've heard her description, so thank you very much. Eleni Tolma, member of the EU Cancer Mission Board and Associate Professor, University of Nicosia Medical School. Welcome.
Thank you.
George Kapatanakis, President of the Hellenic Cancer Federation, ELOC, and Board Member of All Can International. Welcome. Madalena Iamadai, Executive Director, All Can International, and Rille Filak, medical doctor, PhD, and clinical lead of the Estonian Cancer Network. Please give them a round of applause. So this is the closing session of the fair, and we will come to a few closing remarks and reflections, but at first we would look at direction and momentum. Because in the context of the EU Beat Cancer Plan and the EU Cancer Mission, we would like to see how we can discuss implementation at scale across countries and sectors, and how the National Cancer Mission Hub can play a vital role in these processes when it comes to align stakeholders, when it comes to integrate patient perspectives, and accelerate the adoption of innovation. What we would like to start with is a series of mission sparks. And as you all know here, mission-oriented innovation is designed to tackle grand societal changes. As echoing what Eppa said at first, these are called the wicked problems. They are complex, they are systematic, and no single actor can solve them alone. So cancer is absolutely one of these problems. And we will elaborate a little bit on how we can work to address a problem like this. It's not long analysis, it's not the full solution, it's more like a precise, actionable ignition point. A barrier that needs to be removed, a capability that needs to be scaled, or a mindset that needs to be changed. More next concrete move than the long-term plan, if you understand what I mean. So we will start with these 6 mission sparks. And I started to give the floor to Anastasia Constantinidou.
Thank you
Please.
very much. Excellent pronunciation of a very difficult surname, so well done. Let me start with the problem, which is fragmentation in clinical care. So from a clinical and health system perspective, this is a paradox in cancer today, and this involves even small countries like Cyprus. We're very small still. The care delivery is quite fragmented. We're producing strong evidence from clinical trials and beyond, innovative interventions, but day-to-day clinical care, clinical delivery remains fragmented and uneven. This is not a problem of evidence being absent. This is a problem of not being able to translate evidence into a consistent, coordinated, and personalized clinical practice. The key bottleneck lies in the interface between knowledge and care delivery. So evidence is generated obviously faster than clinical pathways can absorb it. Innovations enter the system but lack a clear implementation plan, and care pathways are often designed around organizations, not the patient's journey. So clinicians must navigate multiple guidelines, but without integrated personalization for the patient that sits across the room. Innovations that are technically validated but operationally unsupported, and pathways that depend on informal coordination rather than purely well-designed connectivity. So fragmentation, it's not a clinical failure, it's a system design failure. And therefore, what the unlocking action should include is better design. So each player and stakeholder should have a clear role. Transitions should be intentional, not improvised, and complementarity, not duplication. Secondly, we should assume clear ownership. So who is responsible for integration of new evidence into the pathways? Who aligns workflows and digital systems and roles accordingly? And who monitors the real world uptake and validation, the outcomes? Who monitors the outcome to then complete the loop? So finally, reward aligned action. So perhaps using funding, using metrics, incentives that prioritize collaborative outcomes, not just organizational performance. So here, the critical mindset changes from innovations will spread if they're good enough into design, own, reward. So innovations only scale when systems are well designed to receive them. The fragmentation then is addressed or can be resolved with coordination, incentives, and operational readiness.
Thank you very much. And I think it's a super interesting perspective that even a small country as Cyprus can suffer from fragmentation.
Indeed.
Thank you very much. And we will continue to Rille Filak from Estonia. Please.
Thank you. I think similar to Anastasia, I think I want to start with the problem. So, for example, last week I got asked if you want to open a clinical trial on second-line gastric cancer in Estonia. Tell me how many of these patients with a certain mutations do you have in Estonia? How many do you have in Europe? I do not have this data. I don't know how many we have, how many we have in Europe, how do they do, and therefore we are really lacking actually getting enough information to do research. So this means that if we actually want to lead on cancer research and become the most attractive place as Europe for clinical trials, we actually then must urgently establish ways where any patient who walks through any cancer center in Europe, we collect their clinical data, we collect their blood, their tissue, their outcomes, so we can actually use this and share this for research and care within our infrastructure within Europe, but actually improve the outcomes and of care and research in Europe. What this actually therefore needs is the same national cancer mission hubs, the patients, the healthcare system, the biobanks, the policymakers, and the industry to actually align how we use these standards for consent, governance, and access to make this actually routine in Europe. This would actually allow us to transform Europe into a real-time learning from cancer ecosystem that would benefit the individual patient in my clinic, but also the European story of being a place for clinical trials, for research, and better treatment. And so if I don't get this trial for my 1.3 million people population, we actually get it for 450 million population of Europe.
Thank you, Rille. Super interesting perspective. And I mean, we discuss data and big data all weeks, and still loss of data can be a factual problem when it comes to research within the field of cancer. Thank you very much, and your reflections on how to solve it as well. We will continue to Eleni Tommy, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I'm here as a representative of the Mission on Cancer. So what needs to change? So the Mission on Cancer, there are a lot of reports that say that we need to have a stronger coordination when it comes to implementation between the EU Mission Cancer and the EU Beat Cancer Plan. Even though both initiatives share common objectives and common governance, it needs to be a stronger collaboration. Who needs to act together in order to do that? Obviously, the research community and the policymakers and or the implementers. So the research community, we have the project clusters, we have Horizon grants that produce results. Those results have to be translated or used, utilized within the countries, within the policymakers, so they're actually used to improve the services we provide when it comes to cancer treatment throughout the continuum. In addition, we develop all these flagship programs. It is expected that the member states have to be able to develop the infrastructure to utilize those flagship programs and under the EU, the European Cancer Patient Digital Platform. So what is between the two, the research community, the policymakers, the implementers, is the national cancer mission hubs. They're the catalysts, they're the vehicles that will carry those results from the research community to the member states. And what we'll be able to achieve, obviously, we'll be able to unlock the potential for more synergies. This is the key word that we'll say, synergies, 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 and dialogue and working together. So in order to ultimately meet our goal, which is to improve the lives of more than 3 million people by 2030 through prevention, cure, and those affected by cancer, including the lives their lives to live longer and better.
Thank you. And interesting perspective of how all the national cancer mission hubs can play a more important role when it comes to coordinating and implementation of national and EU strategies in this field. Thank you very much. We continue to George Kapantanakis, please.
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate the ECOS coordination team for this second cancer fair, because today we made a deep dive in maybe the biggest challenge of cancer care in Europe. And this is very important, from pilot to scaling. And I was enjoyed all this day, indeed. So, Eba, your introduction was very inspiring, and in a few words, you told everything, and it was yes, it was every word was to the point. So, what I would choose to have as a mission spark, I believe that we must focus on closing the gap between reformation and real life patients' experience. Progress exists, but patients don't experience it at the time they need, at the same speed. Europe and Greece, among them, is not failing to design reform. It is failing to deliver it at the speed that we need to have it available. We have new policies. We have digital transformation. We have access frameworks for innovation. What about their impact in real life? Do we focus on implementing them in a measurable way? And this is the real problem, because the moment of implementation is the moment where the system reveals its weaknesses. Let's see it clearly. For instance, in Greece, biomarkers are reimbursed, but not yet fully accessible. Digital tools are developed, but not fully integrated. Today, access to innovation is often recognized by the policy level, at the policy level, but not delivered consistently in real patient pathways. So the question is no longer whether we design the right reforms. The question is whether our systems can actually deliver them. And what do we need to change? We must make the implementation a central, measurable priority with accountability across the system. We need to work together, policymakers, providers, payers, industry, patient association, and national cancer mission hubs, not only to design, but to deliver. And why do we need to do that? Because we need to transform progress from something theoretical into something patients actually live. Because in the end, progress in cancer care is not just by what we announce, but what patient experience, as Eba earlier mentioned.
Thank you, George. And I appreciate the perspective of not asking for a reform, but the consistent delivery so all patients will get the best possible treatment. Thank you very much. We continue to Madalena Iamandai.
Yamande, very well done.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to thank everyone on the panel because they mentioned all the keywords that I had in mind when I was preparing my presentation. Because my spark comes from the latest evidence from OLCAN, which is this report on how do we implement person-centered pathways in cancer care? What do our system need? What is the readiness look like? How do the measurements look like? Because it's important to measure the performance, as George said earlier. And we need to look at systems that reward innovation, that reward value, not volume. And I'm afraid this is the issue now in many European states and many states across the world. And I think we need to shift in the next year if we want our systems to remain or become sustainable, because this is the other big buzzword nowadays. We need our systems to deliver for patients, but also for people, because as we've heard in a previous presentation, before we are patient, we are people, and we do many other things. And that should be the way forward, if you ask me. Nowadays, if I don't know, a clinician or a health system wants to implement all the recommendations that we provide here, all the steps like multidisciplinary teams or navigation or survivorship programs, they have zero incentives to do so, financially or otherwise. So I think this needs to change. We need a reform in a way. We need a shift of mindset. But maybe the hubs are the way forward to align us all as stakeholders, because important to say, this is a multi-helix collaboration. This is not just Penta. It's, I don't know, 18 multidisciplinary experts and an OLCAN task force spanning over 11 countries. So it brings all those perspectives that validate the recommendation that we put forward. So it's not just one group that is coming and saying this is what needs to be done, but it's a collective voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madalena. And you're asking not only for a reform, a shift of mindset.
Yeah.
So it's even bigger than the factual reform as well. Thank you very much. And the last spark, not the least, Ebba, please.
Thank you. So I will go back to some of the points that I said before. So my mission spark is this. We need to move from project-based co-design to system-level co-decision. So what needs to change? Well, today across Europe, we are quite good at involving patients in projects, but too often co-design stays at the level of pilots or trials of projects. But decisions about implementation, prioritization, and scaling, they are still made elsewhere. So who needs to act together? Well, this is not a patient issue alone. It requires joint action across the pentahelix, the policymakers, healthcare professionals, researchers, industry, patient organizations, and depending on the question, of course, civil society in general. So working together to embed co-design into governance and decision-making structures. I can give an example. So I talked before about how we designed across all the university hospitals, the clinical trial units, a national precision oncology platform study, having patients involved in the co-design of study protocols, defining endpoints, etc., etc. And now with a new cancer strategy, a new triad of 3 overarching decision-making bodies are in a shared co-leadership of that from the National Board of Health and Welfare, the Confederation of the Regional Cancer Centers, and the Network of Comprehensive Cancer Centers. And now the patient community say, where are we in that decision-making? We are part of a consultation level of a government patient councils or in different governance within them, but could we also be in that national leadership group? So I think that is something on the table, like an example of what I'm trying to say here, that of course a lot is happening, but more can happen. And it's good that they want to drive this initiative. So I think if we get to that governance and decision-making structures where we can embed co-design, what it would then unlock, I think, if co-design becomes more structural and not symbolic, it will lead to faster implementations, better alignment, and greater trust and legitimacy, which are essential for scaling innovation. So my concrete proposal then is this shift. Within the next 2-3 years, every national cancer mission hub in Europe should embed patient co-decision as part of their governance model. Not consultation, but shared responsibility and accountability. That, I think, was the end of my mission spark. Yes.
Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause again. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ebba, for co-design, not symbolic, but structural, as a key part of coming reforms. So thank you all for the different perspectives and your thinking around this. So let's go to a joint discussion, because I think we sense where we are aiming. Let's start with the theme of from pilot to scaling, because this is what we've been touching upon in different ways. I mean, what is the main barrier to scaling innovation across countries and system? And Eleni, can I start with you? How can the National Cancer Mission hubs accelerate implementation?
Sure. So I come from the field of public health, and actually I'm in health promotion, and I worked with coalitions in the past. So one thing that I've learned is that in order to have sustainability and also to have partnerships work, you need to invest in participation, in citizen participation. So it's called the lifeblood of any partnership, including the National Cancer Mission Hub. So what we need to do is to foster participation, citizen participation, active participation, because you can have all these nice programs, but there are not people there to run these programs, to benefit from the progress. What's the point of having all those trainings, right? So that's the one thing that I will say. Of course, the National Cancer Mission has played multiple roles, promote knowledge about different programs that they're going to be running, training staff. As I said, they view as the natural translation layer of the research research findings that we gain through the grants, Horizon grants. And the last thing I want to say is what Eba said. We need to start thinking through a systems thinking approach. What does that mean? We need to be able to do a mapping of the different core pathways from prevention of the whole cancer ecosystem, from prevention all the way to palliative care. And then even with that, it could be different pathways, smaller ecosystems. Who are the actors? How do they influence each other? Who are the most influential factors? What are the bottlenecks? You know, where is the feedback loop? You know, where we can make a difference to change the system. Not only that, system thinking goes beyond changing policies. It goes deep in the mindset of changing how people work together, building relationships. And we need to break these silos, right? And fragmentation, like Anastasia said. Well, how do we change that? We change that by changing people's behaviors, right? So this is, I think, some suggestions I have, in order to accelerate the implementation of the National Cancer Mission hubs.
So system thinking and an active citizen participation
Yes.
as key parts. More thoughts, please here, and then Cyril.
Thank
Yes.
you. I wanted to make an observation in relation to how the Europeans as community have evolved, because we have started very small, like we each do what we know how to do. We don't really look at what we can learn from each other. And that has been a big change. And we have come a long way from that starting point. Now, what I see the European Commission and other institutions encouraging through the various projects to the mission-oriented approach is this concept of a learning community. We see what works, we see what can be scaled up, and then we proceed to make the big change. But before we proceed to make the big changes, I think there is an important intermediate step, and that is assessing the existing systems that we have. It would be a huge mistake to go and add this and this and that if we don't see how we have performed until now. Is it what we have efficient? And this is something that Olgan is very passionate about. We need to bring more efficiency to the systems as a whole. Pilots play a role, but then we need to bring those indicators, performance indicators for efficiency specifically, before we move into something that it's bigger scale. I wanted to make this point of the intermediate step.
Thank you. So assessing the existing systems before you start to actually perform changes. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Rila, please.
I think one of the issues that maybe we don't talk enough about is that I think a lot of the pilots, we get some like innovation funding. There is an innovation fund for so many pilots, and that's always good. We want that. But if the pilot works or doesn't work, there is no real funding to change the system.
Yeah.
And I think this is also something that we need to be very, aware of, and also very much hopefully learn from each other, is that we have this problem of, especially in healthcare, is that we fund the pilots, it does well or it crashes, but there is no kind of upscaling of that. And I think we've learned great examples of this from today, that there are ways of that. But I think one of the ways of the mission hubs is to also understand of how we learn from each other, who actually fund or put the resources behind of a sustainable real change. And I think that's something hopefully we can learn from each other.
So not only innovation, we need innovative funding as well.
I want an innovation fund for changing the world, like that,
Yes.
that level. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, let's go to another theme, because the first was from pilot to scale. I think you're capturing the discussion, and you have some really interesting examples on how to proceed here. The other part is, as you are representing the pentahelix on stage, so different perspectives and organizations, and sometimes it's hard for one organization to be efficient and do a great job. It can be even harder for 5 different groups of organizations to work together. So what makes the pentahelix work in practice? I would like to start with you, Ebba, because coming back to the examples you shared before, What is the key learnings to make this actually work?
I would say that you have to put the end in mind. You have to have a common purpose. I think also what says from a North Star. I mean, this is what we want to aim to, and understand that we bring different perspectives to that change or that to that journey, and different knowledge capabilities to look for the different perspectives that we bring to the table, to see when we talk about alignment, that we have to often talk about speak with one voice. That could be like one voice in the saying that we agree on the bigger task, but how to get there can be a bit different, but we all contribute to that. And so I think having a good end in mind, the purpose, as I said, and then making sure that we understand each other from some certain shared principles is very important, and some values, because that drives, you have to be motivated to join, like incentivized in that sense, motivation to like intrinsic motivation to be part of a bigger cause, if we say so many times, but also understand clear roles. I mean, different roles, so that we can actually deliver together. So it's the key is also to understand that you need the different organizations and peoples and skills and competences to actually deliver on whatever. And it's not just for healthcare, cancer care in general when we set big targets. And it has to be also, I think, as Madalena was into, you need to know where you're starting from as well, and where you want to head.
Yeah.
And then, of course, things will happen, and you iterate and you learn on along the journey. But also having a clear baseline of what could be improved and what we have. And I think Christian also said it this morning. It's not just about someone fight about resistance to change of the system, but rather let's find could we out of different parts create a new model and take it from there. And sometimes looking into other business sectors can help you understand that not everybody has to work on one thing, but the different how you contribute. So I think that the key is that we have different roles to play, but we have to play in harmony in the end.
So clear purpose and clear roles. Anastasia,
And
please.
let me take it where exactly Ebba left it and say that we do need to have clear roles, but at the same time have complementarity.
Exactly.
So it's putting everything on the table and trying to make sort of complete the puzzle in a way. It's important to have respect for the role of each other, because we have extensively today discussed about patient engagement, in the sense that we do not need patients and citizens to offer their opinion or their views. We need patients and citizens to be part of the decision making. So for each one of the partners of the pentahelix, we need to have respect to the role, and have equal roles, in the sense that we all contribute and complement each other towards a common purpose. And the final thing I wanted to say is that each one of the partners of the pentahelix bring isolated excellence. So in their fields, they know exactly what to do and they do it very well. But if you align the excellence that comes from each one of the partners, then you strike success.
Thank you. George.
Yes, I would like, in addition to what Ebba and Anastasia said, I'd like to say that we are already collaborating. That's not something new, but we are not working in a coordinated action and way. And I believe here, this is the field that the National Cancer Mission Hub can have a key role, because they can be the connecting link in among all these sectors, all these pentahelix stakeholders. And this is the way, in addition to what you said earlier, to find a way to move from collaboration in working together and not in parallel, because otherwise parallel roles.
We often use the analogy of when you know what you're going to do, then you can play in an orchestra or sing in a choir. But we all have our different tunes or instruments, and we rehearse, and we can be something like in a chamber or a bigger orchestra. But in the end, we need to play some together. And the mission hubs can be that leadership with the orchestration. You need somebody to conduct this as well, so that we play in rhythm and harmony the same piece of music, because often when we collaborate, we play all sort of things the same. So it's an analogy in that as well.
Yeah. I think this is a good bridge, because the what we are discussing here is different roles and the co-design. And a third theme that we've been looking at is co-design, and going from co-design to decisions. But when does co-design actually change outcomes? I mean, when does co-design mean that something becomes better or something else than today? George, maybe you want to
Yes,
start?
thank you, Jonas. I think it was your point when we begin here this dialogue. But co-design, I believe that changes outcomes only when it is integrated into decision making. What does that mean? If patient input comes early enough to influence priorities, pathways, and implementation, then it shapes results. If it comes later, it improves the discussion, but not necessarily the outcomes and the decision. So I believe that now we have the barrier that we have in involvement of patients. It is that it is in a willingness basis, not something that must be a requirement. So this is a big problem, because it is not structural, as Eba Earl said in his speech. It is a way of yes or no by case and by the people who are leading the policy making in every country. So this is something that has to be changed if we want co-design to have influence in decision making.
Yes,
And
please.
may I just add a few words, because I'm completely aligned with George said, but I think it's important to have this, if we want people to be involved, they need to, or to get some sort of ownership, to feel that they have a responsibility towards whatever we are creating. They need to be involved from the absolute very start. And I can even give an example, because we've had many pilot projects within Organ as well, and one of them was on screening and screening recommendations. And we worked intensely with 6 countries, but one pilot that was very revealing for us was the one in the Basque country, which are champions when it comes to screening. They have amazing outcomes and participation rates. And what they have done is exactly this: involve the persons and the people who are affected by a decision from the very start. Invite them to have an opinion, and not only that, make sure that you take that opinion into account. And this is how you ensure that participation is higher. The experience for everyone, it's a better one, and then everyone it has this incentive to actually act and not just have nice paper and do nothing with it.
Super good example of the importance of being there from start, and the ownership that comes with it. I think we will let the panel rest for a minute or two. Thank you very much for your engagement. But we have prepared some questions for the audience and for the digital audience, please.
Exactly. So this from co-design them to system change, making the pentahelix work. So we would like to have some hybrid co-creation here, or co-thinking at least. Please, you can use the QR code or go straight to menti.com and you enter the code that you can see on the screen. And I can also read it if it's difficult to see it. 22892420. Okay. And so we see that many are now getting there. So I think, Pablo, should we go to the first question? So if we get more text on the slide. What does it take to accelerate uptake of cancer innovation in your country? Now we shift from Europe, thinking from our own home countries. So 33 responding.
Political will.
Yeah. See how many are. From what I can see here, from when I'm looking, I can see clearly we're talking about political will, funding, and collaboration, standing up as the three core requirements to accelerate uptake. And many issues like public pressure, high level willingness, the commitment, expert knowledge, the voice of patient organizations, accessibility, trust and dialogue, patient input, data sharing, regulation, lots of things. And I think these are not, I think we can all sign on to that. Like, this is not just in our each country, but rather it's very much in the whole of Europe. So perhaps you want to see if the panel wants to react to this as well.
Yes, we need to invite the Ministry of Finance to the next Cancer Mission Fair. That is clear. So the politician and the funding needs to be brought to law.
Yeah.
Any comments from the panel on this one?
I think it's interesting. Which is like a chicken and an egg question. Is the political will before the cancer innovation, or the innovation happens first and then you have to make the political will? I feel if we're going to wait for political will, it might not happen. So I feel like we need to pressure the political will to happen for the cancer innovation to actually happen.
So, and dialogue on the priority of the cancer care.
Yeah.
Thank you. Some more comments before? Yes, George,
I have to say that I understood why everyone said political will, but believe me, it is not enough. I had the same opinion. But unfortunately, I realized that even there is political will, there are so many barriers in implementation, mostly, and bureaucracy that you have to deal with. And this is what we have to think about. It is, even if there is political will, are we going to have the results we want to have? And this is a question that we must answer.
Yes. So political will is required, but it's not
Enough.
always needed.
Yeah.
And working with many therapy areas, the field of cancer has been focused politically. So other groups are looking at the cancer field with jealousy. So we can always wish for more, but I mean, we have a lots of policy decisions already coming. Please, Hedda, should we go to the...
Yes, let's go to the next one. I think as commenting just what George said here, the leadership was one of the ones standing out here now. So next question now here. What is the single biggest barrier to implementing cancer innovation at scale? You have to vote here on lack of coordination across sectors, misaligned incentives like fund reimbursement, weak governance or unclear ownership, data and digital infrastructure gaps, limited integration of patient perspective, workforce capacity, and organizational resistance. Let's see here now what comes out. And of course, there could be more, but this was a selection of barriers that we thought could be quite systemic, generic. And now the challenge, I think, is here to understand the color codes. So lack of coordination across sector is coming out as the number one, clearly with around 40%, which I think really speaks for the need of having smart, organized, well cancer mission hubs.
Yeah, and echoing what George previously said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And the workforce capacity, because one thing is, as you said, the political will and the funding, sometimes those are like the catalyst, the enablers, but it won't really.
I'm surprised about the funding and reimbursement so low because, always there is a very, very big problem on funding, at least in innovative therapies.
But I think it depends also in which country, and
Exactly.
because even though when you have often funding, the resistance to implement can anyway be there, but still it's low.
Okay.
I think if I may, the healthcare workforce is a massive problem, and I think that's going to be a massive problem for quite a long time because we don't always have a great answer to that, and we do need multiple different healthcare workers. I don't mean only doctors, but all of the arena. And if we also want them to do innovation and take that in a national level, lead cancer mission hubs and others, then we need a lot more of them. And I think that is the bottleneck because we are having a massive increase of cancer patients as well, and someone needs to take care of them. And so I think I think that's a real struggle.
Yeah. And I think we have one final question, and I think after that, Jonas, we are more or less rounding off, I think,
Yes.
for the closure. So now then, we can rank. How important are the following actions for cancer mission hubs to accelerate implementation at scale? You can align stakeholders across sectors around shared priorities, enable scaling of proven innovation across regions and countries, integrate patient perspectives into decision-making structures, coordinate data infrastructure and knowledge sharing, drive accountability for implementation and outcomes, support policy alignment and funding mechanisms. So this takes a little longer because now one can rate or rank. Right. And perhaps this could be good for our priority settings later as cancer mission hubs, yeah? We can go home and have something to work on immediately, at least on generic. So if I read correctly from here, Jonas, align stakeholders across sectors around shared priorities seems to be
Yes, that's the
number
most
one.
prioritized with 21 votes.
Exactly. So
Looks fairly stable. It
Yeah.
feels a little bit like the European Song Contest. We're still in the midst of voting, but I think we can be quite sure that this is the most
Yeah.
prioritized. Yes.
Yes, because it's also another important. We can't do everything at the same time, but we need to prioritize, and those priorities can look different, of course, in different contexts at local, regional, national, and supranational level. But the alignment around shared priorities, I think, is interesting, and I think personally that is actually where the hubs come into play a lot, and it's one of the unique advantages.
Good.
Mhm.
Thank you, and thank you all for participating in the Menti questions. We are coming close to the ending of this fair and this part of the program. I just want to have a closing remark, last comment from the panel, given the keynote speech, the discussion we have, and the questions that we've been looking at here. What is your key learning from today? Which is the key message that you think this is the most important part of what we have discussed today? Rile, you want to start?
No pressure.
Yes.
I think from yesterday and from today, I think the main key thing is to, I think, learn from each other because I think there's so many things happening in Europe. We all need to be aware of that. We all need to be aware of what's happening in a national, international, and pan-European level. Bring them home, but also learn what am I struggling with? Is that the same thing that my colleagues are struggling with in the other country? Or if they're not struggling with that, how can we learn that from them and actually sort out many things? So I think we need to be better from that, and I think we need to learn a lot more from each other.
Thank you. Learn from each other. Madalena, please.
Fully agree with that. And in the light of my spark as well, I think I want to put this call to action out. We need to move towards value-based healthcare if we want sustainable systems. And the other also keeping the person in the center. I think that's very important to not lose that along the way, because I've seen so many great ideas, so many great projects, and my question throughout this presentation also was, we bring value. That's clear. There's no saying otherwise. The value is there, but how do we take this forward? We've had so much investment in cancer care in the past few years. What do we do with all this progress? How do we make sure that benefits all 27 states? And I think the hubs are actually part of the solution and of the answer. But the rest we have to co-create, I assume.
Thank you very much. Value-based healthcare. George, please.
Yes, thank you. Well, I would like to see implementation becoming a measurable priority, so that progress is not only designed but actually experienced by patients. So, as the leader of a patient organization, I will work the next period, and I'm already working towards the patient organization being structurally embedded in national cancer governance, and so that implementation reflects the real needs and close the gap between reforming and living experience of them. This is the goal that we have to achieve.
Thank you very much, George. Eleni, please.
Well, and the National Cancer Mission Hubs are integral part of the mission on cancer. We have supported the first round of support, and now they're going to the second. We have the second ECOS coming up, so we'll continue support the National Cancer Mission Hubs, and I hope the EU continues to support the mission on cancer even beyond the 28th cycle funding. And then another thought is that the key thought from all this discussion is better coordination, like the audience says, of all the actors involved in implementing the National Cancer Mission Hub, and also a better coordination between the EU Video Cancer Plan and the Mission on Cancer. So coordination, I think, is the key.
Thank you very much. Coordination is key. Anastasia, please.
So, my conclusion is that isolated excellence we had enough of. So, what we now need is through the cancer mission hubs to align and to bring all this excellence together to reach meaningful outcomes.
Thank you very much. Ebba, please.
Thank you. I would just say, like, change doesn't happen by itself. So we need to be really prepared to learn from each other and share with pride, as we said before, not steal with pride, but be prepared to learn this coherent action. And also, Rome wasn't built on a day. So we have to think of transformationistic, when we align innovation and culture, we could bring this shift and that we continue now. I'm very grateful that we will have the ECOS 2 coming, because we've laid a foundation these years. It's been a catalyst for change, some alignment. Now we need to continue to build, to learn from each other, build the capabilities, the knowledge required to drive this change, because we're working towards a new governance model. And there's so much to be built into that. So to make it happen, we also have to make sure that we lead with trust, courage, and power to act, handlingskraft, and that we are long-term in our commitment. So remember to have the passion we all have, but also the grit and the endurance, and we will succeed.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for this eminent panel. And I give the floor to Hugo to round off the day. Please.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's working. So before I go to the closing remarks, I was sitting there and eager to contribute to the discussion. So I will just say this very briefly about the word clouds that you had, and echoing George's comment about the political will. I think nobody here in this room doubts about, let's say, the political will of Stella Kyriakidis to move things forward with cancer policy, research, and care. But it didn't solve things. Now, before that, things were even harder. So political will is definitely a key, an enabler, but it's not all. Then what we need is the implementation, is everything that was discussed here. So this is kind of the work, and feel the pressure for the national customer mission hubs also to work in both directions, bottom up and top down. And with that, I think I end this part, and I invite you now to get back to your seats. We are still waiting for those that are in the workshop to come, but I think I will progress with the general final remarks, and yeah, when our colleagues get here, they will hear what yeah remains. So again, before the closing remarks, don't worry, I won't put you to dance now. Just a couple of messages that I want to bring. First, a big thank you and a round of applause to all the speakers of the day today. Also, I would like you to scan the QR code and give us the feedback so that the Cancer Mission Fair next year can be as good as, and even better, who knows, than the one this year. And talking about the Cancer Mission Fair next year, announcing already that it will be in Lithuania, together with the presidency of the Council. Now, some closing remarks about today. What have we heard? And some take-home messages. I collected here a couple of words that I think they have been repeated throughout the day. The first word is definitely collaboration. We had just a panel discussing what collaboration means. We also talked about, in a given point, about silos and fragmentation. I would like to give my personal opinion about this. I think we should not think about collaboration as breaking the silos, in a way that silos were important for many, many years in terms of maturity. Now what we have are different sectors with high maturity level. Now we need to talk about communication. We are talking about communicating silos. We should not expect merging silos. Suddenly we have industry, healthcare, patients all together, but we should have a network, a communicating network of these sectors. So this is what collaboration is about. It's not fighting silos. They will be there. Industry will always be industry, healthcare and policymakers will always be healthcare and policymakers. But we need to have a more communicative and collaborative network between all these different sectors. We heard direction, alignment, so communication, collaboration, direction, alignment. We need to build an ecosystem. Ecos started as a voice to be heard, an echo. Maybe we should evolve now from echo to ecosystem. This is another thing to think about on how we build, on how do we create the roots on the foundations on what we are working here. Values, sparks, trust, sharing, data, learning and training, patients and families, living experiences, co-design, co-decision, culture, innovation, impact. These are all words that were spread throughout the day. My last word, and this will circle back to my initial comments here during the opening, is definitely implementation. Implementation is something that I use to describe what national cancer mission hubs are. You have the cancer mission, you have the strategic guidelines. What we need is implementation in national, regional, local levels. Those that know me for a while know that I talk about implementation many, many times. Now, talking is so easy. Come on. Doing is the hard part. And implementation is not simple. Implementation is not straightforward. Otherwise, it would be done and we would be discussing something else. But what we have seen here today in multiple examples is that implementation is possible. We do it at pilots. We can do it in larger scales. We have examples of larger pilots. We have examples of success stories in national level. So implementation is definitely not simple. It's not straightforward, but it's possible. And we have seen it is easier, not simple, but easier when we all work together and when this communicative network exists. So Also, something that I would like to pinpoint and highlight here today was this networking. Now, the networking of personal networking, communicating silos, communicating networking of sectors is actually people communicating with each other. I mentioned this at the beginning that we should look around, see other faces that we don't know, try to know where you are, who you are, where you come from, and create some connections. So for me, if after today, each one of us has known a new person, now there's a new contact on the cell phone, a new connection on LinkedIn, and especially if you connect with these people in, I don't know, weeks or months to come, this will be a victory already for this event. And saying this, and as said, also very often, change is definitely not a singularity, but is a series of events that lead to a final result. So I hope that today, this was one of these events that will lead to change and to, going back to our country and doing something else. Saying this, we've shared data, we've shared laughs, we even did some light aerobics. Thank you for bringing your energy to the second Cancer Mission Fair. Let's take everything we learned, the networks that we did, to our home countries and keep the echoes of this collaboration ringing when we get back home. Safe travel, everyone, and thank you for being here.